Just give me a quick second, please. All right. I'll call this meeting of Ajax Council to order. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants, please use their microphones at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. To those making submissions as part of a public meeting, please ensure you sign in using the sheet available at the accessible lectern to preserve rights available to you under the Planning Act or other applicable legislation. I'll now call this meeting to order. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land in which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Do any members of council have any disclosures of community interest? Seeing none, can I get, we didn't sign the things, we'll do it live. Can I get someone to move the adoption of the minutes? We have Regional Councillor Crawford and seconded by Councillor Bauer, and we'll vote, please. Did it pass? Perfect. Clerk, do we have any questions for question period today?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anyone submitting questions by email, but I believe we have a member of the public in attendance who would like to pose a question.
Sure. And that public member of the public, please come forward.
There we go. Okay, through the chair to council, please. Thank you for letting me come up to the front. So my question is concerned with the last item on today's agenda, and that's the appointment of a new integrity commissioner. So for the purpose of transparency, accountability, and quite possibly an historical perspective, because integrity commissioners rarely resign, I'm asking this question. How can residents access the written reasons for the integrity commissioner resigning? And councillors, would you please be detail specific? What exactly will we be asking for when we email to find out this information, and who do we address it to? Thank you very much.
Clerk, if I'm not mistaken, there was a letter written by Principals Integrity, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is.
And so anybody who wishes to see that letter can just email clerks@ajax.ca and say they want to receive the letter received by Principals Integrity.
Correct, absolutely.
Perfect. Hopefully that answers the question. Just email clerks@ajax.ca. Thank you. Moving on, we have a few delegations today. Our first one is from Hospice Whitby. We have the Roger Anderson House update. We have Eva Reddy, Board Chair, Hospice Whitby, for the Roger Anderson House.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm just here to give you an update as to where we are with the Hospice Whitby Roger Anderson House build. We went back to tender on May the 16th. May the 28th was the mandatory site visit, and we did have 7 contractors attend that visit. We anticipate the tender closing within the next 2 to 3 weeks. There may be a request for an extension. And then providing that bid comes in within our budget, it will be sent to the Ministry of Health for approval, and then we will be making the announcement that we are going to construction this year to start building the hospice. The hospice will be located at the corner of Prince of Wales Drive and Crawforth in Whitby. However, it's open to everybody in Durham region. I just want to highlight some of the some of the things that we're especially proud of. We made a change in our design as a result of the pandemic, and we added private patios outside each of the 10 private suites. We learned from the pandemic that hospices that did not have access to outside or had patios, very often families couldn't visit their dying loved one in hospice, and many people chose not to go to hospice because their family couldn't come to see them, even if they could just be outside. Each of the suites will have a chair that will fold out into a sleeping chair, and also a queen-size love seat, or I guess a couch that will open up into a bed so that family members can stay with their loved one who is dying. There is a refreshment center that is set up for family members, friends, to help themselves so that they are also fed while they're visiting. And we have the kitchen. We will have a chef. So one of the things that happens when somebody applies to come into hospice, there is an interview process, but they're asked what they like, what are their favorite foods. This is not a time for dieting. You can have whatever you want. So we've heard people asking for brownies and ice cream for every meal for the last 3 weeks of their life. My mother in hospice in Sault Ste. Marie, her favorite meal was a perfect fried egg on toast. And I suppose maybe when you grow up during the war, when you can't get toast or eggs, that is a pretty special thing at the end of your life. We've seen on other hospice sites, if you want steak and lobster, you're having steak and lobster. And mealtime is any time you want. We've designed this hospice for the comfort, care, and compassion, number one, of the person who is there dying, their end of life. Secondly, for their family members and their friends. Because we know that for every person who dies in hospice, there's a minimum of 5 people who are also directly impacted by it. And we know from the stories and from my own personal experience, when somebody dies well cared for, it leaves a lasting impression on those of us who are left behind. As sad as we are that they're gone, there's no feelings of guilt that the person didn't receive the best of care, and this is what we're all about here. Also, we were approached last year by a member of your own Ajax Pickering Palliative Care team. These are 5 physicians and a registered nurse who provide palliative care to their dying patients in their own homes. Once they heard about our project, they wanted to meet with us. We had a lovely meeting with this team who cares so passionately about their patients, but they say because most of them are elderly, even though we have the hospice in Port Perry, there's a hospice in Scarborough, these people can't make that drive all hours of the day. And so now their family members are forced to either go into a hospital, which is not the best place for them, or they stay home and they can't get the care that they need. So our hospice residence is a perfect compromise for somebody who wants to be cared for at home but can't physically stay in their own home. This is their home. And so when they come in to us, they're not patients because there's no care, but there is pain management and there's comfort care, and this is their own home, so this is why we call them residents. We'll do everything for you, and we say that what we've heard, you can't buy time, but we're telling everybody we can buy you and your family time. We will do the cooking and the cleaning and the laundry and take care of your loved one. There is pain and symptom management 24/7. You don't have to wait to call for a doctor because the orders are there. Nobody has to wait for anything. Also in our hospice, we have a number of family-friendly areas. There is a family room with a specifically designed children's play area. There is a great room. There is a meeting room that can be used for family dinners. And if you look on any of the other hospice sites, what happens at home in normal daily life will happen at hospice as well. There's weddings. There are birthday celebrations. There are christenings. Anything you need, we will have it for you at hospice.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that update on an incredibly important facility within our community. I believe we have some questions from Council. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair, very much. And thank you, Ms. Reddy, for the work you're doing. My question is, can you keep doing the work? Because I have to ask a question because it's question period.
Yes.
So that's my question. You've answered it. I have to share a story. My mother was a caregiver. And I know this is a little off topic, She was being hired, very, very wealthy man in Rosedale in Toronto. He was near the end of life. And his daughter was being very stern to my mother. And she said to him, make sure he doesn't have any chocolate. And my mother said, just so we're clear, if he asks me for chocolate, I'm going to give it to him. She said, you're hired because you're honest.
Absolutely.
And she was at the front row when he passed.
Oh,
So you kind of hit a chord with me there. So thanks for all the good work you're doing, and I won't take up any more of your time, but incredibly important and incredibly supportive of
well,
this.
thank you. We have a great team. It's a team effort,
Thank
for
you.
sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Thank you. I just want to ask, what is the cost to this? Is it affordable by the average person?
There is no cost to anybody coming into hospice. This is built by the community, built for the community, by the community. Fundraising is a reality every year. So anybody coming in, there's absolutely no cost. We have 45 parking spaces. There's no charge for parking. Access is 24/7. Whatever you want to eat, you can have. There's no charge for anybody in our hospice.
So for those that are watching at home,
Yes.
and let's just be clear, for those that are not, because I will put this out afterwards, how do they get a hold of you? How do they, when they, they're in shock, you found out this is the end for your loved one.
Yes.
You want the best you can offer. It sounds like you're doing that, which is very commendable, and thank you. How do they get a hold of you? What's the next step in entering into this facility?
Okay, so providing we do actually start construction in the fall, we anticipate 14 to 16 months build. As we're getting close to doors opening, obviously we will continue with our communications and promotion of this. So there will be announcements, and then also family physicians, and we will put it on our website about how people can apply. An individual can apply, a family member can apply on behalf of their loved one, family physician. There's many opportunities to apply to come into the hospice.
Excellent. When the time comes, I'm hoping you'll come back to council. Let us know that, do a grand opening so that we can help to get the messaging out to those who need it. Let them know that you're here and that you're available.
Absolutely.
And I hope, how many people did you say you could take? How many patients,
There are
residents?
there are 10 private rooms, and we know province-wide, the average 10-bed hospice will have 250 to 300 people pass through every year. So it's a significant impact in the community.
It's a wonderful thing you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from council? Seeing none, thank you again for the update and the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Douglas Glass, Ajax resident, regarding Ajax property taxes.
All right, great. Thank you for having me today, and thank you for all your great work. I'm here to talk about spending and property taxes. I'll jump right in. I'll give you some background. Last June at this time, I came before this council, really concerned about the property tax increase that we saw last year, and to appeal to you to rein in spending going forward in 2024 and beyond. The mayor summarized a number of the reasons why this is happening and encouraged me to participate in the 2024 budget meeting, which I did in January, giving a number of suggestions on the capital and the operations budget. Unfortunately, none of those suggestions were adopted, and this year we're seeing a 6.64% increase. And once again, I'm here to appeal to you to reduce spending significantly in 2025 and beyond. Just for the record, I'm also going to Durham Council this Wednesday to do this same presentation. Give you a brief overview of my taxes up to 2022. I was paying, on average, $157 a year increase, 2.5%, less than 2.5%. But the last 2 years, 2023 and this year, 2024, I'm now paying an average of $503 a year, or a 220% increase relative to the previous numbers. This isn't sustainable. The compounding dollar value of higher rates like this is hurting Ajax families like myself, and we need you to cap property taxes to 3%. I'm going to give you a scenario. On the left side there is a 3% increase over the next 6 years. I use 6 years because there's 2 years remaining on this council, and there's 4 more after the next election. That's 2030. Starting out with $8,300, if it's 3%, that's $9,911. That same $8,300 in 2025 will grow to $12,111 with the current rate of 6.5%. That's 22% more a year. 12,000 versus 9,800, 22% more. That's the impact of what you guys are doing. And stop saying it's population growth. I keep hearing this, population growth, population growth. Well, the reality is the previous 30 years up to 2021, we increased our population 121%. The projections for the 2051 plan, which is all the rage in Durham region, is to see Ajax grow by 57%. So more than double the growth was in the previous 30 years relative to this, but we're seeing more than double in property taxes. Something isn't adding up, and you need to do something to change this because it's spending that's out of control, not population growth, and I'd like to share an example. Since 2020, this is when I started hearing a lot of excuses, COVID, inflation, supply chain, union, whatever. 6.5% increase in population, but the capital budget was 25 million, now it's 38 million. That's 48% increase. The operating budget went from 91 million to 133 million, 45% increase. And worse, when we forecast going forward for the next 2 years from now, that capital budget is going to go from 38 million right now to your forecast of 64 million. That's a 68% increase in 2 years. I hate to think what my property taxes are going to be, what they are now when I'm seeing spending like that, especially when population is only going up by 4%. So this level of population is just not sustainable. I want to talk very, very quickly on the stormwater charge last year. This time, the mayor said, we developed this stormwater levy, these are his words, which you will see on your tax bill as a separate one-time charge for $48. It's now $49 on my thing, so it's not a one-time charge, and if you don't believe me, go back to the YouTube video on thing, you can see it. You gotta stop blaming everybody else. I keep hearing everybody, COVID, inflation, Bill C-2033, immigration, population control, crime management. This council needs to take responsibility for its significant portion of the property tax increases. You're adding significant levels of staffing, you're doing significant levels of projects, and that is what is driving a disproportionate amount of the increases in property taxes. We need results-based leadership, not blame avoidance. And results-based leadership means 3%, not 6.5%. Here's how you can do it. Get to the 3% level. Focus on Ajax needs. If you're going to add new staff or projects, they must pay for themselves, meaning they generate either new revenue or they cut costs elsewhere. And if the private sector or the province feds wants to demand more than our 3% capacity, tell them we're not prepared to fund it. You see that article over on the right side? That's Oakville. At the end of May, they gave money back to the federal government because the density plans that the federal government is trying to inflict on them is going to have too much pain to the local residents. Others are doing it, you need to do it too. And I close with these 3 questions if I could get an extra 20 seconds. First, Council, can you give me an estimate of what my property taxes will be in 2025? Second, Mayor Collier, the promised one-time storm levy, is that now a permanent charge going forward? And 3, Mayor Collier, you announced in January that you will not seek re-election in 2026. I really thank you for your service. You've done all the roles here, councillor, regional councillor, mayor. But given that a lot of the decisions that are made right now will not start until after the next term, so 2027, 2028, using strong mayors now to pass something with a majority, with a minority of council could have significant impact. And I don't think that you should be using those types of powers right now. And if you are not planning to cancel those, why not? I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glass, for your presentation. Obviously, I am not Mayor Collier. He, I think, is joining remotely. Might be having some connection issues, not 100% sure. In the meantime, we will go to Councillor Tyler Morton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Glass, for your civic engagement, we'll call it. And I thoroughly read your numbers and your report. Maybe through the Chair and through Mr. Glass, can we confirm in the 2024 budget, it's my understanding that $20 million was effectively removed from that budget based on what the asks were. Is that true, Director Valentin, through the Chair?
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moran. I don't have those specific numbers in front of me, but there was a significant amount that was originally brought forward and then removed from the budget, yes.
And the way it works is each director has not so much a wish list, but a need and maybe a want, and then the mayor's budget looks at it and maybe took out $20 million, okay, from that.
Capital or operating?
Capital.
Well, you should know, you just said.
Capital. Okay, that's number one. My next question
So are
is,
you saying that 38 million is now 18?
no, I'm saying 38 million was 58.
Sorry, I just want to avoid crosstalk.
Sorry,
no,
sorry,
that's
sorry,
all-
I
Just
apologize.
if you have any questions or comments, direct them to
Right,
the.
but that was my understanding, is that the $20 million was $58 million, was brought down to 38. So that's not a question. My next question is the asset management plan that ironically, you may have read our agenda today, is in the agenda. And can we, the ask for that, that's just, I do believe that it's still on topic, Mr. Chair. Can we just confirm what the ask is from staff to council for the asset management moving forward? It's in the,
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moran, the asset management plan that you're receiving today is strictly for approval at this point in time.
right.
We will be developing a funding strategy for both the core and non-core assets that will be subject to council's approval for 2025. So as you may be aware, the asset management plan is a legislated requirement. And based on the levels of service that council will eventually adopt this year as it relates to asset replacements and life cycle costs, we'll then correspondingly have a funding strategy that will need to support that plan. So that will be happening sort of between now and 2024 and July 1st of 2025. But today it's just the approval of the plan.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that question is just, you can see that kind of thing coming to us where it's legislatively has to happen, right? That kind of thing, and that costs millions and millions and millions of dollars. Also, your point on the the stormwater management fee, my understanding again is that the stormwater system in the town of Ajax is now through Westney Heights and especially the north part of Ajax, is around 30, 35 years old. Hence the spike in, we need to clean it up now because it's so much mileage in that system. And that's one of the reasons why we're seeing this charge, correct? That's one of the reasons why. I don't know,
Is
yes,
it one time, two time? Like last year, the mayor said one time.
right.
So is it now a fixed cost? I just want to know.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Director Valentin?
Yeah, through the chair. So it is a user fee that is being implemented, and there was a bylaw which stipulated that it was going to be an ongoing charge. So it's not a one-time fee, and it will increase by our municipal price index on an annual basis.
It's unfortunate the mayor said it was one time then.
And the reason for that is because there are those in our community that are not paying property taxes, but by separating it with large, not permeable surfaces like a church parking lot, let's say, they can now be in on that charge even though they don't pay property tax. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, it's more of a user fee on, the charge is based on non-permeable surface. So there are those in businesses and such that are exempt from paying property taxes. And this is an avenue then to collect the fees for those that have the impermeable surface and will be using our storm sewers.
So if I may, so by doing that, we're now collecting more revenue from people that wouldn't normally be putting into the pot, if you will.
Through the chair, correct.
Right,
Yes.
so rather than just putting that $49 where we wouldn't see it, I think that's one of the strategies why it was separated. I guess I didn't ask you any questions directly, but I just wanted to bring up those points, just as a perspective for you on what we have to sort of deal with, not suggesting you didn't know that, but just for the record. those numbers are massive for all those. Those are my statements, questions.
Got it in 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you.
We also have Mayor Collier on the line.
Great.
Mayor Collier? Oh, sorry, you canceled.
Hi, Chair. Sorry, I'll give this a try. I am en route, so I'm going to keep my camera off because the internet connection is not great, but I will do my best. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'll answer your 3 questions, Mr. Glass, but I'm going to start about the capital budget because once again, your numbers are, I respect your enthusiasm and I appreciate you being here today because I'm glad to see you as a resident getting involved and taking an interest. I wish more would, but your capital, everything you've said is incorrect, respectfully. And I'm not going to get in a debate with you. I'm going to ask the treasurer after I speak to explain it to you, because I tried to explain it to you in January that it's not linear and some years are higher than others and one is not related to the other, but you don't believe me, so I'll get the treasurer to explain that afterwards. But to your 3 questions, can we tell you what the 2025 is going to be? No, I don't know what it's going to be. Over the next couple of months, I will be meeting with our finance staff. We'll be seeing where we are. We'll be seeing what is coming for the next year. We'll be putting that together, but it hasn't started on my end yet. So no, I can't answer that. To the second question, which was the stormwater user fee. If I said one time, my apologies, I misspoke. It's an annual user fee, a one-time per year annual user fee. If I misspoke or it was misunderstood, I'm clarifying now. And as the treasurer correctly pointed out, it is geared to inflation, municipal inflation, which is MPI. So it's going to go up by that, whatever that municipal cost of it is. So correct, 48 to 49. The third one, will I not use strong mayor powers for the next 2 budgets? No, I will use strong mayor powers for the next 2 budgets. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Would any of the members of council like to ask Mr. Glass any questions or comments? Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I sat with Director Valentine and another member of staff, and I went through my own personal taxes. I wanted to, it wasn't for this particular meeting. I've had residents reach out, so it wasn't for you, for your presentation in particular. This was weeks ago. And I wanted to see what my taxes look like. And, you know, I'm on an automated plan. I know that I have to pay taxes no matter what, so I do the automated plan. So from 2011 until currently, my taxes have increased $1,298.04. And that's over, like I said, from 2011 to currently. Now, my understanding is there's been some impact assessments done in 2012 and 2016. Those impact assessments stopped by the province, I believe, since 2016. I think the province is looking at a new type of plan measurement. I'm hearing everything you're saying, and I'm glad you're back. You did a great presentation when you first came. I'm glad you're engaged. I believe you're my resident, correct, in Ward 2?
Yes.
So my commitment to you, and I would make this to any Ward 2 resident, we can pick a time during the summer, we can sit down, we can get together in a room, and we can go over the budget. You can tell me what you think you want pulled from the budget. I can go back to staff, get more information on it. If I'm not immediately seeing the need for it to be pulled, we can have a discussion on it. That's my commitment to you. I'm willing to do that over the summer, not a problem. So we'll set that up. Aside from this.
I think the key is next year's too, because we can look at what's pulling, but you know, if you've already hired a number of staff or you've already committed to those projects and those projects have 2, 3, 4-year lives, you know,
Well, we're going to be looking at the 2025 budget. So that you know the timeline, currently right now, all of council has until the 27th of this month to get our wish list to Director McClarely, and we're going to get that done. Then there's a process that follows, and I can email you that process of how this budget plays out. Keep in mind, this is a strong mayor's budget. I am not a strong mayor. I am a local councillor. So my input is minimal with regards to the budget. We can sit down as a group, any residents in Ward 2 that want to come to this meeting, but they have to have read the budget, right? They have to have read the budget and understand what's coming forth. We can have that discussion. I'm very open to that. But I want to be clear that I'm not just going to start pulling things and cutting services. That's not who I am. I'm not cutting services, and I'm not firing people. Well, I don't even have the power to do that, but I'm not saying that that's what I'm looking into. I have no problem discussing the budget with anybody. We can sit down, have these discussions, and see what you're thinking that you would like removed from the budget, and we can have that talk, and I can present that to the mayor in an email. I'm willing to do that.
Sounds good.
Okay? Thank you for your time today. I appreciate you coming.
Director Valentin, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on to what the mayor had said with regards to our capital budget that's in your presentation here today. 25 and 26 were forecasted numbers, and I think I mentioned during the budget meeting as well that we look at projects and put them in there to look for grant opportunities. There are a significant number of projects in 25 and 26 that are externally funded, so development charges and federal gas tax funded. So, for example, the 2024 budget had about $15.8 million of external funding. As the forecast was released last year, there was $29.2 million of external funding in the capital for 25, and for 26, $33.6 million of external funding. So we do refine those figures in the forecast each year. So we are looking to those things, but we will look to our asset management as what the priorities are as far as infrastructure and things like that. But we do try to keep to our spending caps when we come forward with the current budget.
I only use the numbers that are provided on the public site. I'm not making up anything, right? There are no forecasts for operating budgets, but that slide 8 that I just spoke of, it shows that's the actuals. You know, capital budget in 2020 was 25 million, it's now 38 million. It was cut from 58, as Tyler said. That could have been more than 100% increase, but it's still a 48% increase. So, like, you know what I mean? And the operating budget was 91, and now it's 133. And when you throw money at capital projects, you got to add staff. You got to add all the other resources to support those projects. So I won't take any more time. I appreciate it. I'm happy to take your offer up. But I think we have to get from not just saying, oh, can't do that, that's services, and oh, we can't do that. The reality is it's 6.5 and 3. We got to get back to 3. All right, that's what I'm trying to call on, because that 10,000, 21% more a year, that's the reality.
So
that's the reality.
If I may, just a few points myself, if I may. So you mentioned COVID and inflation and supply chain, and you're like, we can't blame those. When in fact, we absolutely can blame those. That affected the entire worldwide economy. Things got more expensive. The price of a Big Mac got more expensive. And downloading services, you know, homelessness was in Ajax was not as prevalent as it was now. We've seen a probably 10x increase in the amount of our homeless community. And the answer isn't necessarily just let them be, and because, you know, it affects our South Ajax neighbors and the way we're trying to beautify our downtown core. Yeah. And again, I don't want to go back and forth.
COVID's gone, inflation's waning, supply chains are stable.
But waning, I don't think we're quite there yet. My last point is you mentioned the phrase, you know, needs and wants. And I just want to categorize that ultimately of your needs you may classify some things that some of our budget requests as wants as opposed to needs, but we would beg to differ. You know, like seniors programming is very much a needs, and we have many seniors here. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is very much a need. And you shake your head, but you know.
No, don't do that though.
No, but
don't pitch me against something. That's not.
I'm nice. Not. No. But again, I'm just trying to prove the point that you may consider some things wants, right? When we very much consider them needs. At the end of the day, a budget is us taking all the feedback from all our residents, from anybody who spends money and needs services, and we have to balance that as best we can. I would make the argument back ultimately that nothing we've spent on has been a want. I have so many wish lists from my first term of council 6 years ago that I haven't even begun to get to because of all the needs that this municipality needs. Needs like IT infrastructure, firefighters, police. And I'm not saying you don't support those. I want to make it very clear, but I always take umbrage with this idea that we are frivolously spending money on things that we want, when really, at the end of the day, council supports every budget. These are things we feel the municipality needs. So that's the comment at the end of the day. Okay, but thank you again for coming.
At what expense, though? That's what I'm saying.
Sure. All right, we'll move on then. Thank you, Mr. Glass. Oh, sorry, Mayor Collier is on the speakers list. I'll bring you back. Mayor Collier?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out, I mean, Councilor Henry's offer is a kind offer and politically correct, I guess, but unfortunately, point of order is she can't do what she's saying she's going to do. I just want to manage Mr. Glass's expectations. Happy to meet for sure, but she won't have the budget to go over at that time because I won't have the budget at that time, so she certainly won't. I would suggest if they're going to do that, they just take last year's budget, especially if they want to talk about capital and the forecast, as the treasurer spoke of, and go from there. But as far as the operating, they won't have those numbers to go over. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Collier. We'll move on. Councilor Henry?
Thank you. Point of clarification, I just wanted to say that is all I have to work with, so that's what would have been done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Cynthia Davis, President and CEO of Lakeridge Health, and Cordelia Clark-Julian, Chair of the Board of Trustees for Lakeridge Health, on the 2023-2024 update on Lakeridge Health to the town of Ajax.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, councillors and staff. So happy to be here this afternoon. I'm actually joined by Nancy Shaw from Lakeridge Health this afternoon. Just wanted to quickly walk you through an update of where we are and what we're thinking about for the future in this fiscal year at Lakeridge Health. So from our strategic plan, we look at annual priorities. And you can see we're continuing around improving access and care experiences. You would have heard me talk last year about the work that we're doing within our emergency departments. That work continues, as well as other things around flow and access throughout our facilities. The unifying voice around our commitment to unwavering safety and quality. Supporting our people, you would have heard in terms of the challenges our system is facing, as well as other healthcare providers around recruitment and retention. I will share with you, we've done quite well in this over the past year. We actually are below provincial benchmark in terms of our vacancy rates. And then as well, looking at our finances and sustainability in terms of the challenges that we have in our organization. Did want to share with you, we had our 2-year celebration, if you can believe it, at our long-term care home, Lakeridge Gardens. Lots of celebrations at this location, and I just want to take the opportunity to extend my thanks to Mayor Collier for the Mayor's Gala, as well as the Mayor's wife, Rose Collier, who actually helped support and chair the gala. It was actually through that funding that we were able to open and furnish a sports lounge at this location, and you can see there are a number of residents that are partaking in the lounge, and I know this week when we think about Game 7, that lounge is going to be completely full. So just a huge thank you for all the support. Also wanted to share with you, we're really proud that on April the 30th, we welcomed our first surgical patient to the Jerry Coughlin Health and Wellness Center, which is in North Pickering. I know a number of council has been to this location. We'd be happy to walk you through and give you a tour. This is a state-of-the-art surgical center. Lakeridge Health operates 2 floors within this building. And as well, we have community partners that provide primary care, urgent care, lab, pharmacy, and diagnostics. And we're anticipating we're going to see about 7,000 surgical procedures in this location, which allows us to do more complex cases at our existing hospitals, particularly our Ajax Pickering site. Also wanted to share just some developments that are happening throughout Lakeridge Health that impact care in our region. We welcomed the Da Vinci robot in 2023 at our Oshawa location associated with our cancer program, and we've surpassed the initial volume that we thought we would be doing with the surgical robot, and this is a point of celebration for us. I'll also share with you our overall surgical volumes have now gone back to pre-pandemic and slightly increased pre-pandemic levels. The other thing I'll share with you is we have received delivery of the first PET CT scanner that's going to be located in our cancer program. It has arrived on site. We're doing some capital renovations for its location. In early fall, this will be up and running. And so right now, throughout the Durham region, this is a highly specialized test for cancer. And helps with diagnosis and treatment. We have about 30 residents throughout the region that have to travel either to Toronto or Ottawa for this type of advanced diagnostics. So very proud of what the cancer program is bringing to the region. I'll just share with you when we think about our population growth and when we look at capacity and access and some of the challenges, what's absolutely needed is more capacity throughout the Durham region. We're in phase 2 of redevelopment of the Bowmanville redevelopment. We anticipate we'll have shovels in the ground by 2025, and we continue to have dialogue with our ministry partners around moving towards a planning grant for a new hospital for the Durham region, which our board has supported to be sited in Whitby. I'll also share with you, we have a 3-year plan around inclusion, diversity, accessibility, anti-racism. We're moving into year 2, and it really maps out our objectives to embed all we do to ensure that we provide the most appropriate health equity care that we can, that we have the best environment for our staff, physicians, and volunteers. I'll also share we have a 3-year plan around advancing mental health and addictions, and one of the most significant achievements that has happened this past year is the launch of Central Connect, and that's throughout the entire Durham region. So one number, one phone call, one fax, one email gets you connected with somebody in our system that will help you navigate the most appropriate service delivery, and it really does help with that access improvement. And then we've brought significant changes to our Merge department in terms of mental health supports, addiction counselors and peer support workers. I'll also share we have ambitious plans to improve access and coordination for mental health and addictions. Before the ministry, we have a proposal that would look at the development of urgent care clinics for mental health and addictions throughout the Durham region. A redevelopment of an emergency pathway as well as after-hour care, which would be 24/7 and would include care, primary care for our mental health and addiction patients, of which we know 28% of them right now don't have access to a family physician. And if you can believe it, we just celebrated the 1 year of our partnership with Queen's University, the first of its kind in Canada, the MD Family Medicine program. Our first class finished in the spring. In September, we'll see a new enrollment of 20 more students. And as I talked about previously, when we're up and running, we'll have 120 students located throughout the Durham region, and just really excited about what this means. These students are embedded in the community from day one. So thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We have a few speakers. Councillor Tyler Morton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Davis, for your presentation today and your leadership in our community. I think I asked you this before, and I have to ask it again. So let's talk about emergencies. So when you get to the emergency department, that seems to be where everybody's the most, you hear the stories the most from there. It's not necessarily a scheduled visit or somebody's having a procedure. So it's been highly suggested to me, it's a good way I can put it, from frontline nurses that say in the emergency department, it would be so effective once a patient is triaged to have a urgent care side and a walk-in side. So if somebody had pink eye, or if their daughter, not broke their arm, but sprained their wrist in soccer, they would go to one place. But somebody who's having an emergency, like a heart attack or have been in a car accident, God forbid, would go to the other side. But right now, we know that all those patients are together. And they're saying it would be much more efficient if all the hospitals in Ontario had after triage, of course, there would be the two sections. And I think I asked you that. Has that ever come up in any questions or any discussions at the level that you're at, which is the highest level, when you speak to your colleagues in Scarborough, University Health Network, Scarborough Network, et cetera?
Thank you for the question. So when I talked about the improving access to care, particularly a focus on the emergency department, it was just that. So over the past year, and probably even 2 years, when I think about when we started on this journey, it really was about trying to set up 2 different streams within our big emergency departments. So our Ajax and Oshawa site in particular, and to a lesser extent in Bowmanville. And so over this 2-year period, we've developed what we call a super track. So if you come in and you're assessed by the nurse, the triage nurse, depending on what you present it with, you would actually get triaged to a different location within the emergency department. So that currently exists. In spite of that, though, what we see are record numbers of volumes and capacity issues within our emergency department. And so we know in this region, depending on who you ask, there's somewhere about 45,000 or even higher. Some people talk about 60,000 people that don't have access to family physicians or primary care. And when I talk about the Queen's University, it really is about thinking about a really complex problem and what some of the solutions are. When you ask, do other organizations have those streams based on what people present with? Absolutely, they do.
Oh, okay. And one follow-up question. So is this, when you said it kind of or it does exist now, I guess I was talking about a physical, when you walk in the emerge, you go, over there is urgent and over there is family care kind of thing. Because you're right, so many people don't have. But is, forgetting my question. Oh yeah, so what you just said, does it happen 24/7?
No, it does not.
See, that's key. If somebody comes in at 2 in the morning. Anyways, I'm not suggesting you have all the answers today. I'm just strongly suggesting this model moving forward.
So I appreciate the feedback. We worked with the eMERGE teams as well as with experts in this field. We looked at the arrival patterns of patients, and then we matched that to the staff that we had. And then from there, determined the number of hours that we could operate the
Sure.
urgent super track stream within the emergency departments. I think your other question is there standalone urgent care clinics almost adjacent or within the buildings? There are some hospitals that have done that in Ontario and other parts of Canada, and certainly we're having discussions like that as well.
Right, and we both know it's financially, that would cost a lot of money, what I just suggested to put. Okay, thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Moore and Councillor Henry.
I think someone's ahead of me, no? You go ahead.
No, go ahead. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you for your presentation. When you talk about urgent care here with mental health, is that a different urgent care than what my colleague was talking about? So is it separate and 24 hours?
So the proposal we do have before government is separate, and it would be 24 hours. And if I could just share a few things with you. In terms of our mental health and addictions visits, we see about 28% of the people that come to our emergency departments, and again, the primary visits for this are associated with Ajax and Oshawa. 28% don't have access to primary care or a family physician. 23% of them actually present for the very first time within the emergency department. So they've never had any contact with a mental health provider before, which is interesting because all of the solutions then can't be based on just the emergency department. What we really want to do is get connected with people when they need it and not have to come to the emergency department. And then the other interesting fact is about 8% of these people that present are underhoused or homeless. So what our proposal talks about for urgent care is that we would have a hub, and then we would have 5 different spokes throughout the Durham region located at all of our hospitals. It would be 24/7. And it would be staffed by not only our staff and physicians, but also supporting community partners to be with us in that location. So housing, social services, other healthcare providers within the community that support mental health and addictions. And then the final piece of that puzzle would be that we would have a mobile unit as well that would travel throughout the Durham region. The other piece around the Queen's University, we do have the opportunity then to leverage the students that are in our region. And our hope would be that we would have a mental health and addictions clinic that would run concurrent with that for this patient population that doesn't have access to primary care. And we would have a dedicated clinic for mental health and addictions patients as well.
So I guess the thing, I understand what you're saying, because people show up, they have no records, they have nothing because they've never had a primary care. I understand that makes it difficult to deal with just on its own. But I worry about the spreading out, right? Because then it becomes the issue is access, right? So, and like Whitby has a brand new shelter opened up with only 45 beds, but that place has huge opportunities. Is there an opportunity to have something like what you're saying in a facility like that, where there's already the social services aspect already within that building? Is that something that has been discussed at all?
It has been discussed, and I couldn't tell you for certainty in terms of our connection, but certainly we have connections with other shelters throughout the Durham region. We actually have outreach staff that are placed in those locations. When I think about some of the housing units, we also have some of our support workers in those locations, but I couldn't tell you exactly what our partnership is with that particular shelter.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. I'm putting you on the spot. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Good to see you again. We keep running into each other. I wanted to ask the status currently. I feel, I'm sure you would agree, that we need another hospital in Durham region. And I'm wondering what the status of that is currently right now.
So as I mentioned in the slide, we are in continued dialogue and conversation with the Ministry of Health around a planning grant that would move us to the next stage of redevelopment. So far, our conversations have been very positive. They've not asked for any additional information. They understand and respect both the need for a new hospital and the location that's been chosen, and that certainly has been the feedback that I've been receiving. But I don't have any more status other than that.
Okay. And how many, do you know, and I don't know if you know this offhand, how many residents is the emergency room receiving? Like, let's say per week, per month, per year? Do you have those numbers?
I want to say it's in the range throughout the entire Durham region of about 250,000 visits annually, but don't quote me on that. I'm happy to share that information back with council and give you the exact numbers for each of our locations. What I would say is the dialogue that we've had at all the council meetings is that when we look at Lakeridge Health, we are under the provincial average for acute, long-term care, and rehab mental health and addiction beds. So we absolutely need more capacity in our system. The only way we're going to be successful at the Ajax Pickering Hospital is if we have more capacity built in the system so that we can actually spread the capacity and demand issues that we have throughout the region.
What does that mean, more capacity throughout the system?
Well, what we know is that when you have 4 choices versus 5, the number and the location of where you can go is actually contained smaller than if we had an additional location where people can go.
Understood. Yes, that does make sense, 100%. And question, do you know the average wait times for Emerge? Like Councillor Rob Tyler Moran stated, that's also a concern for me as Emerge. I have a child that has, special medical needs. I'm always looking at that and the feedback we get from residents, although, we're counselors, we're not trustees for the hospital, but I'm always looking at that information. Do you know the average wait times currently right now?
I couldn't tell you the exact number. I can tell you that we post all of our wait times on our website for all of our locations. So we post in real time what the average wait is. We're also obligated under the provincial government to report our wait times in all kinds of categories, and that information is shared on our website as well. So that would be public information.
So before going to the hospital, a person could look that up and see the location and what the wait times are.
Yes, they could.
Excellent. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments from council? We have Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you. You mentioned that there was a need for expansion, and you said 2025. Is that to the Ajax Pickering site?
So I think that was around the redevelopment that's happening at our Bowmanville location.
Okay.
So our master plan talks about redevelopment of all of the locations throughout Lake Ridge Health, including the Ajax Pickering Hospital. Where we are right now in our capital redevelopment, though, is phase 2 of our Bowmanville redevelopment, which will see shovels in the ground in 2025.
It was promised by the province that after the mental health wing was refurbished, that would be the next project they would look at when the expansion of Ajax Pickering Hospital, because it's full to capacity. As you know, your emergency room is, and so are the beds. And that didn't happen, and then the long-term care home was under construction, and it was wait till then. So how long does this community really have to wait before we see an expansion for the population growth that's going to be exponential, really?
So as I mentioned previously, the next phase of capacity and our master program talks about a potential new hospital in the Durham region, and that's what we're advancing with the Ministry of Health at this time.
So then will you come back with information on how that will alleviate some of the wait times at Ajax Pickering Hospital?
Absolutely. And I absolutely can do that. And I think I'll also just talk about the timing of this. So if we were to get approval for a potential new hospital in the Durham region, we would be looking at least 10 years from start to finish. And I know that the Ministry of Health, as well as others, are looking at how that timeline can be shortened, but it absolutely is a long period from start to finish. So not only are we looking at the capital master redevelopment, we are looking at what opportunities there are for us to improve efficiency, add new models of care and service like you heard me talk about today, because we can't wait 10 years to look at relief in our system at our Ajax Pickering Hospital. And I appreciate you acknowledging how busy that hospital is, because it absolutely is something that we see every day.
Yeah, I know it's a challenge. And I think, and I just want to comment on the mental health issue, because I think throughout all municipalities, mental health is huge right now, because we haven't really had a lot of support from the province in many years. So we're behind, really behind, and now it's a crisis, not just for the homeless. And for the homeless, and I have to say, it's not just single people that are losing their, the ability to afford a space to live. It's families, it's a lot of seniors, and a lot of very young people. So we really, really need, some mental health support sooner than later. So do your magic, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you so much for the presentation. Congratulations on all the excellent work that's being achieved. It's wonderful to hear. On slide 7 of your presentation, you talked about the I Belong program, the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, and Anti-Racism Multi-Year Action Plan. Could you just speak maybe a little bit too about that? You did mention that you've made some great strides and efforts and put initiatives in place to address system inequities. Is there any example that you could give to us today?
I can. So our first year plan talked about our supporting structures and some of the education components that we wanted to start with. So we actually now have an Office of Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Anti-Racism. And within that office, there would be a physician and a non-physician who helps lead those initiatives throughout the organization. So we're looking at it, on the employee side and the physician side. We have a standing committee of our board and of our Lake Ridge Health that looks at all of the progress of the work that we're doing. And then we started to initiate education programs in year one, where 80% of our leadership team and our board needed to complete the learning modules, and then that rolled out this year to all of our management staff. So that's what's happening on the corporate side. If I could just mention around the health equities piece of it. So we were fortunate enough to be able to participate in a project through the Institute for Health Improvement in the U.S., IHI, which really is one of the leading worldwide places around quality and improvement for healthcare organizations. And we were the only Canadian hospital to participate. And the team actually participated corporately, but our focus was on the Ajax Pickering Hospital Emergency Department. And the focus was for an improvement and best practice protocols for people that presented with sickle cell disease. So in this region, particularly Ajax Pickering, we have some of the highest numbers for Black residents, and we know that this type of disease disproportionately is affected by people of African descent, Caribbean, Black, Middle Eastern, and I'm really excited to say that our team has been working on protocols over this entire last 18 months. They just came back from presenting the work that they've done, and we'll be rolling that out through all of our emergency departments throughout Lake Ridge Health. We also receive provincial recognition for that, as well as some funding dollars for that to improve and spread, as I said, throughout our organization. So I'm really proud of that. What I would say is when we think about health equity, our focus would be very much in keeping with the provincial focus around Black, Indigenous, LGBTQ, and other marginalized communities like the ones that we've talked about for mental health and addictions.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Natasha Sharma, our Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator, Malcolm Barrington, the Chair of the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, and Chantal Vernon, Co-Chair of the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, for their council update. I'm so sorry I jumped. Just wanted to see if you were paying attention. I'm so sorry.
You're sitting there so nicely.
You guys could have stopped me any of the 100 words I used. I'm sorry. Next up, we have Mohinder Nahar, Community Recreation Coordinator, to declare the Senior of the Year 2024. Mohinder.
Good afternoon, Mayor Collier, members of council, town staff, and Ajax residents. Thank you for welcoming us here today. My name is Mohinder Nahar, and I am one of the Community Recreation Coordinators with the Recreation and Culture Department, overseeing the older adults and seniors portfolio. As you may know, each year the Government of Ontario designates the month of June as Seniors Month to celebrate the countless experiences, accomplishments, and contributions of our seniors. Here in Ajax, we have coined it as Aging Well Month, and we have hosted free months throughout the month, such as the Seniors Barbecue, which had a great turnout. We would like to thank all the staff, volunteers, and our supporting sponsor, Steve and Amanda's No Frills, for all of their hard work and contributions. The Government of Ontario also hosts the annual Senior of the Year Award program, which was established to give each municipality in Ontario the opportunity to honor one outstanding local senior. Here with us today is Ray Smith. Ray has a passion for building accessible and age-friendly communities, and it shows by his active involvement as a member of the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee, Age-Friendly Ajax Steering Committee, and the Older Adult Task Force. Through his committee work, Ray has assisted us to improve the accessibility of a crosswalk in his neighborhood, provided educational presentations to town staff, and has been a great asset to improving the accessibility of town communication materials, all through his lived experiences. Although Ray has been retired for 5 years, he was a strong advocate for accessibility in his professional life. He worked with Sun Life Financial as an ambassador for workers with a disability, as well as WSIB promoting the importance of health and safety. Ray was also a union steward and co-chair of the CUPE National Accessibility Committee. His passion for building accessible communities continued after retirement, as Ray is now actively involved with the local CNIB chapter. Through his dedication to the community, Ray strives to make recreation and community participation opportunities accessible for people with disabilities and seniors. I would now like to invite Ray Smith to accept the Ontario Senior of the Year Award.
Turn around very quickly. They don't want to see our face. And now, we would like to call up Natasha Sharma, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator, Malcolm Barrington, Co-Chair of the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, and Chantel Vernon, Co-Chair of the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force for the council update.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Natasha Sharma. I'm the town's Diversity Inclusion Coordinator and staff liaison to the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force. Thank you for having us here today. I'd like to introduce our co-chairs, Malcolm Barrington and Chantel Vernon. They will be giving an update on our task force and the happenings around the task force. I do want to say that they've been working very diligently on outside of work hours, and honestly, in their evenings, they've been devoting a lot of time outside of the actual meeting times to focus on our work plan and communicate what the next 2 years may look like in this term for us and our action items. So, also, I'd like to just give a quick shout out to Adrienne. She is also a task force member who has taken the time to attend our council meeting today. Thank you. This one.
Thanks, Natasha. Good afternoon, Chair and Deputy Mayor. Congratulations again. I'm Malcolm Barrington, Chair of the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force. I'd like to thank you and Council for having us here today. Our aim today is to offer you an insight into the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, which was constituted in January 2024, and what our goals are for the next 3 years. Today's presentation will focus on 6 main areas: the development of our work plan, engagement within the community, and our next steps. Our purpose is to address racism and hate experienced by various groups within Ajax, and also to collaborate with the tongue's diversity, equity, and inclusion team and other stakeholders to ensure consistent implementation of the tongue's anti-racism framework and ensure alignment with Ontario's Human Rights Code. The mandate of the AARTF, which is a committee of council, is to advise council and deliver and implement a work plan with recommendations aimed at raising awareness of and combat issues related to racism and hate in Ajax. The members of the task force is a very diverse group of 9 local residents with both lived and professional experiences. The members are, and they are not all present today, Alexa Buren, Asia McLean, Chantel Vernon, who is our co-chair and is here, Nasir Khalid, Saba Ramat, Adrienne Glasgow-Hart, our colleague who is here with us, Rabia Bati, and Luke Nigren, who is our youth representative. We are also pleased to have the Deputy Mayor Sterling Lee and Natasha Sharma, who is a Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator within the tongue, as our support. Although still in its infancy, the task force has been very active. We have held monthly meetings since January and developed our work plan. We've had the first raising of the Pan-African flag in Ajax during Black History Month. We've also had an information booth at the Regent's International Women's Day celebration. We've hosted the anti-oppression lead of the DDSB for a presentation and identified opportunities for further collaboration. We've attended the Pickering Jam Fest. We're getting out there and making folks understand who we are and what we're all about. And we've also attended and hosted an information booth at Youth Pride. Those are our activities today. I'll now hand you over to my co-chair, Chantal Vernon, who will guide you through our approach to the development of our work plan, as well as our short and long-term goals. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to briefly speak about our approach to the development of our work plan. So we really took an approach that aligned with the purpose and our mandate. And we also looked at what the previous Anti-Black Racism Task Force did, because the work that they did previously was really important. And because our task force is really combined of people with lived experiences, people that live in Ajax. It was really important that we took that knowledge to identify gaps and challenges that need to be addressed. And so we had a couple of meetings that we developed a work plan. So it was a working meeting or a couple of working meetings. And then we established some actions in which we are going to host consultations with the community for feedback and then finalize our work plan. So we came up with 10 short-term goals that I won't necessarily go through every one in detail, but we really want to partner with organizations in Ajax to develop information and awareness on anti-racism and systemic and institutional racism. We also want to do a campaign that raises awareness for racism in Ajax and getting people's lived experiences. Also establishing partnerships with other diversity, equity, inclusion, and task force groups to extend our outreach and also to learn from what has been done in the past. We also want to build on some previous initiatives that happened and that were successful within the town of Ajax, as well as support and facilitate the implementation of any plans that the town has in terms of combating racism. We also want to promote funding. So funding is really important in terms of, for our underrepresented populations, how is it that they know about some of these funding opportunities? And we also want to identify some of the gaps and make recommendations to the town in terms of hiring practices to ensure that underrepresented people have opportunities working at the town of Ajax as well. We also want to support the town's efforts to ensure that employees receive the appropriate training, such as anti-racism or anti-oppression training, and also engage Ajax business leaders to enhance policies and practices so that we reduce barriers for people who are from underrepresented populations, and also develop engagement strategies and promotional opportunities for Black-owned businesses and other racialized groups. And some of the long-term goals, we have about 3 of them, but really advocating to Ajax Council members on a few key topics such as social housing challenges that we are experiencing all across Ontario, but specifically Ajax, and looking at homelessness. Also, we heard from Lake Ridge about the importance of mental health, but also understanding the barriers to accessing some of those mental health resources, especially for racialized communities. Representation of racialized and underrepresented individuals in the town's workforce, and also engagement with the DRPS. We also, as I mentioned before, want to recommend funding for grassroots initiatives, and also host and attend events with other underrepresented communities to celebrate and to share experiences and the cultures, and also by reaching new audiences. And so with that, I'm just going to pass it back to Malcolm, who will just briefly speak about our next steps. Thank you.
Very quickly. So our next steps include extensive community consultations, finalization of our work plan to include timelines and KPIs, and most importantly, delivering ongoing updates to Council on the implementation of our work plan. Thank you once again for having us. If there are any questions, Natasha or Chantel can help you with those.
Well said. Thank you again for the presentation. We're doing fantastic work there. Very proud to stand with you all. Questions from council? We have Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. There was a mention near the end of Black-owned businesses and promotion of, correct?
Correct.
So I wanted to know how this will be achieved, and I wanted to know if there's been any discussion with our, I don't know what we call this department now, it was formerly known as ECD department, Economic Development, because we have a lot of grand openings, business openings, where all of council are there, and I wanted to know if there was any type of partner, if you've had discussions with, or if there will be any type of partnering with that department as far as having your group come out, your committee come out and be part of, and or bringing to the forefront Black-owned businesses for these opportunities.
Well, we haven't met as yet, as you clearly identify. But one of our next steps is actually extensive consultations, and that will definitely be part of our consultations with the Black businesses and with us coming out and trying to share what our goals and aims are and try and intersect with those Black businesses.
Excellent, because then there's that opportunity that once there is a grand opening or a reopening, there's that opportunity not only to have all of council there, but to have yourselves there. And then that goes out to the however many thousands of people on social media are seeing it, and that helps to give a pointed view of this business owner within the community. So I'm looking for, I see Ms. Sharma, it's an opportunity to work with existing committee, right?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Henry. Just to add to Malcolm's answer, we are working as a team now with ECD and the DEI team to kind of collaborate on what openings will look like. And just for information purposes, we do have an existing Black-owned business directory that was created by our Anti-Black Racism Task Force. And with that, there is a new integrative system that's being created from our ECD team. And we are trying to transition the Black-owned business directory into this new integrated system, and it'll be searchable. So that way people could be added to the new business directory, but also with the merging of this team in our SI teams, we're able to work together to build out more representation there for our openings. If I missed anything, I will call upon Cassandra to make any additions.
Thank you, Natasha. And through the chair to Councillor Henry, you're getting 3 answers from 3 folks for this question. So just to build on what Natasha mentioned, with the creation of the Strategic Initiatives team earlier this year, bringing together those business supports with diversity, equity, and inclusion together really opens up a huge range of opportunities. So while the task force has this mandate and the ability to move the needle on a number of projects, internally it's an action for ourselves, and Council will see some of that reflected in the work that the economic development area does moving forward.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing that. And I wanted to ask, with regards to First Fridays, is there any correlation with regards to what the committee is doing and working with First Fridays and also helping to bring those Black business owners forward? Who can answer that?
I think, again, just to echo with regards to what Cass said, with this new team that we've been building, we're able to work with business owners for First Fridays as well, and that can be woven into our work plan.
Excellent. My last question would be meetings. This committee meets how often? Once a month?
Once a month. Officially, we meet once a month, but we do have committee meetings, volunteer hours that take place a couple times throughout the year. The way that we can establish this work plan and our approach to the work plan is to kind of set up different teams or groups or leaders from our task force, and then we're able to initiate and implement a program and plan to for the community, essentially. So when we meet, we have our once a month meetings, which we do have a plan to invite all of council to come September. So we're just trying to get our work plan together, and then we'll invite you all to the table.
So what happens, I know I tried to go to a meeting before and I was told it wasn't open to the public. Is that still the case? Are the meetings not open to the public?
Yes. So with regards to the D&I team, we've decided that these meetings that have very sensitive conversations, meeting minutes will be available, and they are available on our IMO page, but we do not record our meetings just for privacy reasons.
Sorry, not record. I wanted to actually come to the meeting. Are we able to actually walk into a meeting? Like people at home that are watching this didn't know about this committee, saying, okay, well, I don't want to be a member, but I want to be there and hear what's going on. Are they able to come into the meeting?
No, we do not open it for them to come into the meeting specifically, but they're able to connect with us via our IMO page. And if there's a specific person who'd like to present at our meeting or would really love to sit in, then we can have a conversation on our task force as to how we want that person to join our meetings.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, I do have another question. When there is any type of federal or provincial grant funding, is that also relayed to this committee to know and to be able to somehow get back to the businesses, Black-owned businesses in Ajax, to let them know? Because I saw something recently, I think it was from the province. So how is that information given back to the committee, and how is it relayed to the businesses in Ajax?
You're hitting the nail on the head there. So that's something that we're actually working together on, how to communicate to businesses through our ECD team, as well as our task force and the D&I team, as to how we can bring those areas of expertise together and connect and promote these grant opportunities to, for example, Black-owned business members or other underrepresented groups as well.
100%. I only mentioned Black-owned businesses because I think that's what I saw recently. So it was that specific category of peoples, right, of folks. So I'm glad to see that I've obviously asked the right questions because we're on the same train of thought. And this presentation was really good. Thank you all for being here today. Much appreciated. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, even though Natasha said that the meetings aren't open, we will be having extensive community consultations, and that's where the community, members of the community at large, will be invited to be part of our work plan, developing our work plan, giving us suggestions, and we'll be working with them in a lot of consultation moving forward.
Excellent. Anytime that you're, willing to have me there, I'll be there. Let me know if, any member of council, but I'm very interested, so let me know.
We certainly let you know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee from council? Seeing none, I'll just add one. Globally, we are seeing an increase in demonstrations of hate speech. How does the task force feel the municipality's role is in addressing that? For example, this past weekend, we saw a van in Toronto displaying anti-Islamophobic language and images, and so I'm just wondering, has the task force any kind of thoughts on how we as a council can protect the municipality?
Yes, as you might be aware, the task force, we actually have a group so that we meet outside of our formal meetings via WhatsApp. And when that van went through Toronto, a member shared it with us, and we all had our comments and our points to make on it. And one of the things that we really would like to ask council is to ensure that something is put in place to not allow such advertisement to become part of Ajax. So we saw that happen in Toronto, and I think we have an idea where it's coming from. However, I'm not aware, I don't know what council can do, but something needs to happen to ensure that it doesn't reach to Ajax. We don't need to wait for it to happen before we react. Let's be proactive.
In all honesty, it was a bit of a leading question. We have a motion coming up from myself and Regional Councillor Crawford addressing this issue. Just wanted to get your 2 cents on it. Thank you very much to the chairs, to the entire committee, to Natasha for all the work you do. We're very much looking for some of the recommendations coming from this task force going forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, we have item 5.6, Robert Humphrey, for our Business Retention and Expansion Advisor, speaking on connecting talent.
Is this on? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Through the chair, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to share with you just a quick summary, a brief summary of our Connecting Talent initiative as part of our corporate strategic plan. So what is Connecting Talent? Connecting Talent is an event that we hosted last month in May for connecting basically the local Ajax business recruitment needs and what the Durham Region Post-Secondary Institution can offer, whether it's recent graduates, students, and talent. Why are we doing the Connecting Talent initiative? I mentioned earlier it's part of our Action 26 strategic plan, but then also it's also as a direct response to our Business Retention and Expansion, or BR&E, survey that we did last year, collecting feedback from local businesses in Ajax about what they're looking for in terms of if they have any recruitment needs or if they're looking for any skills gaps. So this is a direct response to that feedback received. And then finally, it's also part of our Town of Ajax Economic Development Action Plan. Goal number 1, leaders in business retention and expansion and attraction, as well as our goal of innovators in business incubation and workforce development. Who is involved with this project? We are leading it with town as our strategic initiatives team, and in partnership with Durham's colleges and universities, whether it's Durham College, Ontario Tech University, as well as Trent University, Durham GTA. I wanted to share with you a poster that we created with our team here at the town to really, again, I mentioned earlier, we want to connect Ajax businesses with the right contacts at all of our Durham post-secondary institutions. So we created this poster that we shared with a targeted list of businesses who we received our feedback from through our BR&E project. So they can have, if they have any questions, they know exactly who to contact at each of the institutions as well. Right here in this room, about a month ago, the town hosted a business networking event, breakfast networking event, connecting, really establishing that relationship between the institutions as well as the Ajax businesses. We had a great turnout. We had 40 people or so attend, and this is the first kind of event that we're doing right here in the room. Again, making those connections through our networking. Next step, so what's next? What's next is we're going to have a follow-up event in October. This time we'll be hitting the road in Oshawa at one of the universities or colleges' campuses. This will be a larger scale event because we're going to involve their students as well as kind of more of an interactive event with students. Town staff is working with each of the post-secondaries on confirming a date and then all of the other details and specifics, but we'll be able to share that with you later on. And then I'll obviously communicate it out to all of our businesses as well. So something to look forward to. We're looking probably the first week of October, but again, to be confirmed. And that's all that I have for now. Any questions?
Thank you for that exciting presentation. We look for big things coming from our, we keep saying economic development, business development group. We got to change our language on that. So first we have Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I was at this. This was well done. It was a smaller number to start off with. How can we, as a council, help you get it to a bigger number? Perhaps through some promotional material that you give us ahead of time that we can put on social media. How can we help you be successful at this? Because it was very well done.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Henry. I agree, it was a great starting point to get the ball rolling, so to speak. So we'll have a little bit more lead time towards the October event, so we'll be working with our internal staff with communicating it out, and whether it's going out to businesses and just letting them know about the details once they're firmed up. That will obviously help us as well.
So through the chair, if you want, like, our help as council, not only, a post in social media, but if you have any hard things you want delivered to our businesses, I'd be more than willing to help you with that if you so wish, because I periodically visit the businesses in my ward and give them different things, Ajax Advantage, different handouts, our newsletter that for the ward. Try to stay in communication with them. If you want to add that into the pieces that I'm already giving them when I'm doing my rounds, I'd be more than happy to help you that way. Please let me know, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Regent Councillor Dies?
Well, thank you. I've asked this question before. I'm going to ask again. Your breakfast events, are you seeing the not-for-profit businesses come to these events now? Because they are businesses that employ people. They're not for profit, but they're still a business.
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Dies. Yes, we are working on that as well. In the previous presentation that Natasha gave, our team is working on a business directory that will be able to have a list of all the businesses in Ajax and be able to send out communications to different categories of businesses as well. So we are working towards that, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. My question is, we used to have a program, many, many, many years ago. Is it Up Next Ajax? Where it was an actual mentoring, it was a mentoring program that students there would be businesses that would volunteer to take on students and sort of mentor them through the process. And I know we tried really hard to keep it alive through COVID, but it was difficult because everything was virtual. Did that just fall away? Like, I know we gave it to the region and then we got it back because it didn't go anywhere. So I just wondered whatever happened to that program.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, thank you for the question. Yes, so since COVID, the town has not held another Up Next Ajax event. However, I will say that one of the tasks of the new strategic initiatives team, bringing economic development over into public and strategic affairs, is to reassess our current economic development action plan, as well as some of those bigger programmatic pieces that have been part of the portfolio for years, as you mentioned. So looking at Up Next Ajax, looking at that kind of student mentorship opportunities and ways to incorporate that is absolutely on our radar of what that will look like moving forward with the new ECD action plan that hopefully we'll be bringing to council within the year. I will also just add that events like these, this one that Robert presented on today, was a very specific room that was intended to only reach those that participated in the business retention and expansion strategy, and explicitly asked for this opportunity to connect with the post-secondary institutions that have the co-op programs or student placement opportunities. So it was a smaller group, but it was fairly well attended with 40 people at 7:30 in the morning on a rainy Saturday morning, or a rainy Monday morning. But on the mentorship piece, I'll also highlight that the Ajax Business Network series of events, the next one that's coming up is actually a speed mentorship theme. So we have—
Is that like speed dating?
Kind of like speed dating, yes, but it's—
Not that I've ever done it. Only seen it on TV.
Yes, so it is about 8 or 9 experts or mentors that have been selected from businesses across Ajax and the region. And we've put the ask out to every business that wants to attend that can kind of come and go from person to person and get some advice on their startup business, their entrepreneurship ventures that they're looking to work on, or even if they're an established business and looking to grow. So those kinds of mentorship opportunities and different creative types of event ways are what the team is looking to do, and these are just kind of the start of what council can expect to see.
Good. I'm glad that up next, Ajax hasn't really fallen off. I understand there's all kinds of different priorities, but I know that when we did it, it was extremely successful. So anyway, thank you very much.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you very much for the presentation, and congratulations on the successes and the work that's being done. So just as a follow-up to that breakfast event that you had, where you wanted to connect people specifically who gave feedback for the business retention and program. So is there a follow-up step after these types of events to gauge sort of connections or what happened or what would be the next step?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bauer. We actually had the event here before the follow-up email that was sent out with the poster, so we already made that connection. For anybody who did not attend physically here in council chambers, we had other businesses there, so we've already emailed them directly to make those contacts. So we have the specific contacts right there as well. Over the summer, we'll be talking with our colleagues at the post-secondary institutions, again, to firm up that follow-up event in October, and then work on the communications aspect as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's my question.
Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you very much for the presentation. Up next, we have Director Meredith, Director of Operations and Environmental Services, speaking on OES 2024-10, the 2024 Corporate Asset Management Plan. Director Meredith, you want to introduce?
Members of council, I'd like to introduce Graham Williamson, our Supervisor of Asset Management. Graham has recently been brought on board sort of the earlier part of this year, and will be leading this presentation and take us through the asset management plan for 2024.
Sorry, if you could just tap the button in front of you. Perfect.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Mayor Collier and members of council. Aman Singh and Akil Ali, both of SLBC, will be presenting the 2024 Corporate Asset Management Plan for the town of Ajax. This plan includes the core and non-core assets and is the latest requirement of the Ontario Regulation 58817, which is the asset management planning of municipal infrastructure. So if I could call Akil and Aman up, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akil Ali, and I'm here with my colleague, Aman Singh, and we want to thank you for your time today to review the town's corporate asset management plan. In terms of our agenda, we'll start with some introductions and a brief project background. Then we'll go into some of the key summary outputs from the asset management plan, the state of infrastructure, the risk management strategy, the asset management strategy, and the financial strategy. And then we'll end with some closing remarks and questions. This asset management plan meets the 2024 requirements for OREG 58817, which requires municipalities to document their current levels of services, as well as the associated risks and costs to meeting those service levels over the next 10 years. The town will need to update their asset management plan by July of 2025, and at which time it will need to document its proposed service levels that it intends to deliver over the next 10 years, as well as those associated risks and costs. This slide shows the assets and the asset categories that were included as part of the asset management plan. We have transportation assets, environmental, facilities, parks, recreation and culture, fleet, libraries, IT, and fire assets. Overall, the town has a total replacement value of approximately $2.5 billion, and the majority of that which is 93%, are made up of the transportation, environmental, and facility assets, the top three there. This slide shows the condition profile of the town's assets by replacement cost. And for condition, we've graded the assets from a scale of very good, which is shown in the green, to a scale of very poor, which is shown in the orange. About 86%, or 2.17 billion, of the town's assets are in fair or better condition, and 2%, or 57 million, are in very poor condition. For this plan, we've delineated the very poor assets where condition was evaluated based on age, just due to a lack of data and information. We've delineated this mainly because the confidence level of the condition rating is a lot lower as in comparison to if a physical inspection or an engineering assessment was performed. Assets in very poor condition include assets such as aged fleet, older facility components, and also IT assets past their service life. Moving on to the risk management strategy, what you see on this slide is a risk map, which delineates the dollar value of assets sitting within the categories of very low risk to very high risk based on replacement cost. Essentially, the town should perform life cycle interventions in the short term on assets that are showing in the very high to high risk to bring down the risk exposure to the organization. Conversely, low risk assets may have projects or interventions deferred or can just be treated as status quo. Examples of very high risk assets evaluated as part of the asset management plan include fire equipment, IT server equipment, stormwater ponds, and critical facility components. It's important to note that many of the assets identified as high risk do have capital projects assigned to them over the next 10 years, and those projects should bring down the risk exposure to the organization. We'll now move on to the growth and upgrades needs forecast. Over the next 10 years, the town is expecting quite a bit of growth. We anticipate the inventory portfolio to grow from 2.5 billion in 2023 to approximately 2.8 billion in 2033. And this consists of approximately $233 million of growth projects that have been identified through master plans, through the forecasted capital budget, etc. This also consists of $40 million of assets that the town will have in place as assumed from developers. And lastly, this includes $4 million of upgrades, and upgrades are things such as building retrofits to meet sustainability goals, compliance-related upgrades, and technology updates to assets. This slide shows the operating needs forecast for the town. And for the operating needs, we've taken the 2020 to 2022 historicals, which were provided by the town staff. We have the 2023 to 2024 budget, which was provided by the town's finance group. And then from there on out for 2025 to 2034, we forecasted the operating needs based on the year-over-year asset growth that you've seen on the previous slide. In essence, as the town onboards new growth assets, there's going to be a need for additional resources, materials, labor, etc., which will result in an increase of operating needs. A key part of OREG 58817 is ensuring municipalities are appropriately funding themselves for the operating and maintenance needs required as the asset base is growing. And oftentimes we find that municipalities are very underfunded in this area. We'll now move on to the lifecycle management strategy. And for this, we've evaluated two scenarios where renewal and condition forecasts were developed. The first one is the renewal and condition forecast for maintaining the current level of service, which is a scenario that shows renewal activities that would be required to prevent the backlog from growing. The second one is the unconstrained budget scenario. And in this scenario, renewal activities are shown as if all of the funding is in place and you're doing all the life cycle activities required on assets when they are required. Two additional scenarios that are going to be examined as part of the next asset management plan are the existing funding scenario, which shows the impact based on the existing budget to the town's condition. And then the last one is the proposed level of service funding scenario, which is where the town will look at the first three and then make the decision around what the level of service is that it intends to fund. So the first scenario is the maintain current level of service scenario. And as seen here, the assets in year one are being held consistent over the 10-year period. And on average, we identified about $45 million a year as the average backlog over the 10-year period. For the associated renewal needs, we've identified here in the solid black line that the renewal needs that the town requires to maintain its current service levels is $32 million a year. The associated funding that the town has in place to support these renewal projects is $25.8 million a year, which leaves us with a $6.2 million per year infrastructure gap to maintain service levels. For the second scenario that we've looked at, the unconstrained scenario, again, this assumes that the town has funded all of its service areas based on the needs identified for lifecycle management strategies. You can see here that in year 0, the backlog gets cleared, and then from there on out, the assets don't fall in very poor condition. So based on this second scenario, the renewal needs for the 10-year period are $35 million a year, and that leaves us with an infrastructure gap of $9.2 million per year. We've also looked at the whole life cycle need, which is shown in the solid yellow line here. And for the life cycle need, this looks at the renewal amount required per annum across the service life of the asset, not just within the 10-year period. So for the whole life cycle need of assets, we've identified that to be $40.7 million a year, and as such, the gap grows to $14.9 million a year. Lastly, when we take in account of the growth assets that we discussed before, these growth assets will have renewal requirements as well too, as they're being onboarded. The gap then grows even further as the average life cycle need increases to about $45.2 million a year, or 10%, to account for these new growth assets over the next 10 years. In summary, for the renewal needs and funding, again, we have a $6.2 million per year deficit for maintaining the current service levels, and then a $9.2 million per year deficit for the unconstrained scenario. So options for closing the infrastructure gap, there are really two levers that can be looked at. The first one is increasing revenues, and the second one is reducing expenditures. So for increasing revenues, things such as increasing the capital levy, grants and other revenue sources, or increase in user fees and rates can be explored, as well as debt capacity and reserves, such as debenture funding and reserve management. On the other side, for reducing expenditures, renewals can be deferred and prioritized based on risk. Service levels may be reduced or adjusted as appropriate. The town could look to minimize the size of the asset portfolio and the associating operating and renewal needs. Non-infrastructure solutions could be explored, such as management policies and strategies. And then last but not least, the town could explore opportunities for more efficient and cost-effective service delivery. Okay, there is one more slide. Oh, here we go. So for next steps and conclusions, for the 2024 asset management plan, this current level of service plan will be sent to the ministry for approval and compliance by July 1st, 2024. And beyond, the development of the 2025 asset management plan for the proposed level of service requirement will be developed and presented by July 1st, 2025 next year. At that time, the town will then have to, in accordance to OREG 58817, present annually the progress of implementing the asset management plan, and then the asset management plan will have to be updated every 5 years. Although the requirement is to update the plan every 5 years, most municipalities choose to do it every 4 years in line with council terms. Okay, so I'd like to thank you again for your time today, and we can open up the floor for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor John Morton, questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, questions. For clarity, just so I'm clear, so if we're talking to our residents, we have $2.5 billion worth of municipal assets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to service them and keep them at a good level, I've heard 26 million, I've heard 32 million, I've heard 42 million annually. And that money comes out of our operations budget, or is it capital? It's capital, okay. So it comes out of our capital budget. So which level, or sorry, which number is it? But I guess you're asking that within your report, correct? Because you're saying right now, just to go through those numbers quickly, you're saying right now we're at $28 million, should be 32 million. Do you mind just repeating that little section?
Yes, so through the chair, for this asset management plan, we looked again at two scenarios, the maintaining current service levels, and for that, the required needs that we've identified was $32 million per year.
And what are we at now?
The current funding is $25.8 million per year for renewal activities.
So 26 million. You need 32 million. So we have a gap of 6 million, okay?
Okay, and then the second scenario we looked at was the unconstrained scenario, where we identified the needs to be $35 million per year.
All right. It's, okay. I'll just leave it there. I just want to get that straight. That's what the ask is of this council, of our, and I'm glad your slide 18 didn't include any revenue from property tax, I noticed. That wasn't listed there. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Henry?
Thank you. If I can ask the clerk to bring back up slide number 56 of this presentation, State of Infrastructure Condition Grading Scheme. And I would like to ask a question with regards to, I'm just waiting for that to come back up, with regards to the fire portion of slide number 56. And you're saying, I heard that 9 million and 6 million. What is the gap here? 6 million we're talking? Through the chair? Is that correct?
Yes. So the gap to maintain the current service levels is $6 million per year.
$6 million per year. Okay. And with regards to the fire part of this, did this analysis include the fact that we still have not done a fire location study?
Yeah, for this analysis, for the needs, we just worked with the different stakeholder groups and what they've identified as their relevant projects as part of the 10-year capital forecast. Yeah, it's only up to date until using the information that's being documented. So if the fire location study hasn't been completed, it hasn't been analyzed or considered as part of the funding numbers.
So
Councillor Henry,
that'll change.
Going to get the Director Mayor to jump in too, if you don't mind, very quickly.
100%.
Thank you.
But that'll change that, correct? Director Meredith? Whoever over there wants to answer.
So through the chair to Councillor Henry, a couple of things. First of all, what's in the asset management plan is what is currently reflected within the master plans that council has approved in recent years. So it hasn't planned for at this point in time any new assets that may be added to our inventory which don't currently exist or aren't recommended within our master plan. What I would also say is, at this point in time, this report is really for your information to let you know sort of where the existing state is of our current assets based on existing service levels, identifying gaps. But this is really a process over the next year that we're going to be spending more time on in terms of understanding what our current service levels are versus what our approved service levels are, which council will have the opportunity to approve. So over the course of this next year, you saw a slide which spoke of sort of increasing revenues, reducing expenditures. There's a number of things that we'll be looking at from a staff perspective to bridge the gap that will identify options for council, and we'll look to establish and approve service levels that'll have a funding strategy that will support that. We're obligated to do that under the legislation. So that is sort of the exercise that we're going to go through and we'll be bringing to council for their approval over the next year. Today's presentation is just really providing an order of magnitude in terms of the gap, and it's not uncommon. In fact, you'd find sort of our position from an asset management perspective probably better than the majority of municipalities that you would see in the province of Ontario. So it's not a dire picture that we're trying to present to you today at this point in time.
I understand it's not a dire position, but...
I do want to continue that.
Sorry.
Sort of the asset management plan was referenced is some of the conditions are age-based. They're not condition-based. So there's a further element that we would be looking to sort of managing risk and identifying the replacement of assets based on condition as opposed to age. So while we're transitioning there, we're not all the way there at this point in time. So I just want to have that caveat as well.
Thank you. That it does answer the question, but I just want to note my concern here, because if the fire location study was not part of this and we're already at a gap of $6 million, and I would consider this study to be very important because of the growing number of constituents coming into the town of Ajax and what that's going to look like for the future. And I think in the last GGC meeting, I heard CAO Baker mention something about that study in passing in one of the questions. And I'm wondering, that is forecast for the upcoming budget, correct? The 2025, I use the word forecast, 2025 budget, and how that will play into changing these numbers.
So, Councillor Henry, if I may, they will change the numbers, but what Director Meredith was also saying is that, staff will come back to us with subsequent reports, funding models, et cetera, to address those. So, I mean, there's many things we still need to build that aren't included in this asset management study. So your concern is noted, but
Thank you.
There's nothing beyond that we can really talk about.
Well, I'm glad I brought it up. It does show the gap could be further, so thank you. Much appreciated for your time.
Any more questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next, we are at the public meeting for official plan amendment, application OPA 24-A1 the zoning bylaw amendment application for Z2324 282 Monarch Avenue. Just a reminder for council. This was brought up by the mayor under section 28.11.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 to bring forward attached bylaws for consideration using strong mayor powers, correct? Okay. The mayor is back online. Mayor Collier, did you want to speak on this first?
Sorry, Councillor Lee, I only just logged on. Which item are we on?
We're on your mayor directive for 282 Monarch, the OPA amendment.
Oh, good. Okay. So we're going to be, hold on, let me see if the camera's working. I'll turn it on. And if my video is too jittery, tell me and I'll turn it off. So I've been approached now by many developers, and this is a product of our environment of high interest rates, of just increased costs, of actually, to be very honest, a lack of market. Now, the market has dried up. This whole thrust to build more homes has taken so long to get going that there literally is no market. And people are finding it so difficult now to make ends meet that they're approaching us to try and do other things like 282 Monarch 95 Developments has, which is add a few more floors through economy of scale to try and make this work better, to make the numbers work better. And that's what this is in front of us today, is because of market conditions. And just I want to point out, this is the only condo development that we have left going on in the town of Ajax. The other two, which is the one on Lake Driveway and Matrix, which is at 101 Pickering Beach Road / Salem, whichever it is, are both converting from condo to rental now because there is no condo market. People are not buying right now. Now, we've had a situation in the past where we didn't have enough rental. Now we're going to have an enormous amount of rental, and I hate to say I told you so, but I called this years ago. All the incentives, like the reduction of development charges for purpose-built rentals, the reduction of HST for purpose-built rentals, all these different things are now meaning all these companies are switching to rental units, which is fine. However, now we're creating an issue where there's going to be no condo units, and we have a large population of seniors. We have a large population of people that just do not want to rent, they want to buy. And if we don't have that inventory, they're going to go somewhere else, which is what they've been doing. So 282 Monarch is the last one we have willing to build 5 buildings of condo units, and I want to get them in the ground as quickly as possible. If it means giving them a couple extra floors in order to make that business plan and that marketing work, I think that's worth doing. And that's why I'm bringing this forward in this case. They have done their air quality assessment because of the steam plant and the changes that have been made at the steam plant over the last few years under new management. The emissions aren't what they were. So the 25 stories that we talked about before, because of emissions, is no longer actually that. According to the air quality assessment that's been done, it's now 33. Through this mayor's directive, I've done a couple of other things. One, adjust the parking slightly. We are still well above what we did, for instance, for in the MTSA for 190 Westney. That's a different animal. That's in the MTSA. We expect more people not to own cars. It's still slightly below what we would normally require, but it's well above that. And I think, and I hope staff will agree, that it is well within our requirement. I've also, through this mayor's directive, added the requirement for ride sharing. And I've also added the requirement for, sorry, not on this one. I'm confusing this with one of the other ones, affordability, because with condos, it's very, very difficult for us to do affordability. I think this is what we need to do to get these shovels in the ground. I do not want to see this developer go back and come with rentals, because I think we have more than enough rentals at this point. I've been very clear with this developer. If they turn around and come back with rentals, I'm withdrawing this mayor's directive, because I'm doing this to help get this important market moving forward. So that's all I have to say, Chair. I will leave it at that, and I would thank council for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council, I guess, to the mayor regarding the mayor's directive? We have Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. And thank you for your explanation, Mayor Collier. So please refresh my memory. The change is from what number of floors up to now 33? What was it before?
So it was the OP currently allows for 25 stories. We are now changing this to allow a maximum height of 33 stories. Director Moranowski, just correcting? Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. And I did have a number of residents reach out to me, in particular about this property and at time of demolition. And I believe they spoke to staff. Their concern is for rodent infestation at the time of demolition. Now, I know staff did talk to them about I guess maybe I'll just ask what will be done to mitigate or to ensure these residents that when the demolition happens, there won't be similar circumstance to other projects where there was all kinds of rodents and rats because of the demolition.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. Before we issue a demolition permit, the owner would have to provide a pest clearance certificate. That's not to say that there wouldn't be rodents at all. It is expected when you have site disturbance at that scale, but it will at least help mitigate the issue.
Okay, and will that be, I think the residents were under the impression that each tenant would be responsible for that, but it's not. It's the one owner.
It's on the owner.
It would all be done at the same time for the entire property.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Those were my only questions, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilor Dyes, you were on and off. No worries, go ahead.
Is it just the one building that I believe there was more than one, is that not true?
Through the chair to Councillor Dyes, there are 4 different buildings. One building has 2 towers, and the other ones have 1 tower each. They're all 33 stories.
So they're all, would be the maximum 33?
Correct.
And there's, I see the drawing, but there is some space, some green space for those buildings, and will all those buildings, I don't suppose, be done at once, but it's a phased-in approach?
It would need to be a phased development. The owner's still sorting out what the phasing will look like exactly, but yes, there is green space proposed, and there's also amenity space within each building, indoor and outdoor.
So what happens if we change this and it's supposed to encourage these condos? There's really no guarantee that that will happen, is there?
Well, the mayor's already made it clear that if the owner were to change the tenure of condo to rental, that he could repeal the bylaw, which is possible, which would make, I guess, the development not feasible anymore for the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I have a question, but I'm going to pick up on that last question. With regards to the mayor repealing the bylaw, would that not put us in a situation of litigation?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, it is a bylaw, so we have the right to repeal the bylaw.
Okay, excellent. So my question is, this is a mayor directive, correct?
Correct.
So how does this speed up the development process? How much quicker will this, by us agreeing to this, going into this mayor directive, how much quicker will this get built? Because it's not looking good over there. Nobody wants to drive by and see this anymore. So the faster it gets built, the better. How much faster is this going to be sped up?
So the mayor's directive deals with 2 applications, an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. By doing this, we've essentially bypassed the typical application approval process for that. So that sped up months of administrative review and process. They're still going through the site plan approval process, so they're not in a stage of getting permits just yet, but staff are working with them diligently to speed up the process as much as possible.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a magic ball. I know you can't give me an exact
Yep.
date. Estimated time, do you see shovels in the ground through this process? What's your magic ball saying to you?
Their intent and staff's intent is to see permits issued this year. I
Excellent.
can't say exactly what type that will be, but
Yeah.
permits, demolition, site activity happening.
So serious development, shovels in the ground hopefully this year, better beautification in that area.
That is the intent.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
No problem.
I believe the clerk wanted to chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify regarding the strong mayor powers in the bylaw that we were discussing. So the strong mayor powers do not afford the mayor the option to repeal the bylaw, but what can happen is a town-initiated zoning bylaw amendment. So we would go through all of the required steps of a ZBA, including the public notice and the public meeting and all of that. So I just wanted to clarify the language that was being used. The repeal is not possible, but a town-initiated ZBA is.
When you say town, you mean it would have to come, there would be the public consultation, and then it would come before council, and council would make that decision to take back that bylaw essentially, correct? Through the chair.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, correct. So it would be replacing the current one.
Excellent. As long as it can be done, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Mayor Collier, I'm going to bring you back in. I think you're answering some questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave my video off because it appeared I dropped. How much did
Mayor
you
Collier,
hear of my first comments? All of it?
can you repeat your question or comment, please?
I am here. You can hear me?
We can hear you now. Speak fast.
I said, how much did you hear of open comments? Okay, so I would be quite happy if we wanted to actually add that as a wording in the bylaw, that this is the agreement that they go ahead with condos, and should they change and come back with something else, that we will review if it makes council more comfortable. I don't think we need to do that, but I've been very, very clear with this developer, and I think they understand exactly where we're going with this.
I'm going to make the call that based on what the clerk said, we would just override it anyways. So putting the wording in there doesn't really affect anything.
Right.
So yeah, I would just make that call. So no need for that wording.
That's fine, but I've been incredibly clear on this matter, so.
Yep. Any other council members wish to speak on this? Councillor Bauer for the second time.
Thank you, Chair Lee. I forgot to ask you, who is the developer?
Director Romaneski, do you have that, or Mr.
I can speak through the chair to Councillor Bauer. It's N95 Developments. Yeah, they're out of Toronto. N.
N is in November 95.
Yes.
Like the mask or like the old Nokia phone? Any more questions? Councilor Bauer? Okay, so I'm just going to ask my one, and that earlier this year, we, through mayor directive, we passed on the opportunity to enact a CBC, a community benefit charge. At the time, we were told there's no developments that it would be affected. Would this be affected by, would we be able to collect a CBC before on a development like this?
To the chair, if a CBC bylaw is put in place before these people go to pull building permits, we'd be able to charge it. It'd have to be in place. It's collected at the time of building permit issuance.
And based on your crystal ball through Councillor Henry, when did you think where building permits were going to come in place?
If everything goes well, potentially later this year.
September, October, November?
November, probably the earliest.
Okay. So Mayor Collier, I think you had used a June date, if I'm not mistaken, of you're going to come back and bring this back or bring a version of a CBC back based on the province answering questions. The province is currently not in session. I'm just wondering, is that still in the works? Because if not, I would absolutely like to see some sort of CBC component, including the wording of this. Mayor Collier.
Actually, I do not know. I'll defer this to whoever the planner, maybe Mr. Romanowski, who has been in contact with the province, because I just don't know what the timeline is at this point.
So I'm seeing.
I committed to bringing it back. I thought it was the fall, but if you say June, I mean, I'll turn it.
So Director Romanowski is just shaking his head right now, and I guess Mr. Simpson doesn't know either. I have no problem approving the density, but again, we are now actively missing out on abilities to improve the community, and so.
So to the chair, I'm not sure what Mayor Collier meant about the province. Like the CBC is a town decision. We already have the
so
ability.
I believe I'm going to bring him back in. Mayor Collier, go ahead.
So at the time when we brought in the CBC, we were still waiting for some information back from the province on certain things. I think one of those was the POPs. There was some other, the privately owned public spaces. There were some other things I believe we were waiting for information from the province on. So we deferred it. Actually, no.
You overrode it.
I think. I overrode it with a veto because it was passed on an error vote. But anyway, I did commit to council to bring this back. I believe it was the fall. I will point out, Councillor Lee, adding on a community benefit charge or a town fee to collect money from a development to use in another area for the benefit of others for another project is not something that I think is going to help us get shovels in the ground right now, given our current economic decisions, our positions. We're having these same developers as well as others coming back about things like our parkland, cash in lieu of parkland, and other items like that. Taking money from one, the developer's not going to pay it. It's going to be passed on to the end user, making it more expensive to benefit others other than those people. It's a problem. It's something I think we're going to have difficulty with. Just wanted to point that out, but I do not know the time frame of when we are going to get those answers from the province. But that was what we were waiting for.
Okay, so Mayor Collier, just if you don't just stay on the line, because my feeling is that we should be having a CBC. The province has gone to great lengths to make it easier for developers to develop, making it profitable for developers to develop, and I'd be cheating out the rest of the residents of Ajax by not including a CBC. So while I'm signaling my intent now to support this OPA, just know in September, it's the CBC conversation will absolutely be coming back, because I'd hate to think we missed out on an opportunity. We just spent an entire, meeting talking about asset management. Mr. Glass was saying how we're not, our property tax is too high. Like, we should be doing whatever we can to collect money that we are owed, I feel, as a municipality. So that's my comments. Did you want to respond or close from there?
Well, just respectfully, I mean, I want to get shovels in the ground. I'm being approached all the time by people having difficulty making their business plans work. I'll use 101 Pickering Beach as the example matrix, converting from condo to residential, who are also going to be looking to add a floor or two to their development just to make the numbers work. Adding on cash in lieu of parkland, adding on community benefit charge, just makes these projects more difficult to get in the ground. To your comment to Mr. Glass, respectfully, a CBC isn't going to have an effect on property taxes. That's not going to affect whether we increase taxes or not, whether we have a CBC. That's to go into a reserve fund to be used for something else down the road. I don't know that those can be correlated.
Well, I would argue back, and again, I don't want to go back and forth with you on this, but I would argue back that it should be built into their business plans legislation that anywhere else they do business in the province where a CBC is passed, I mean, this fee is not a surprise to them. So if they can't make it work, and I think we're talking to the tunes of thousands, not necessarily millions of dollars. It's literally a pittance in compared to what they stand to make. So if they can't make that work, I would argue that they're probably not going to build anyways, but I will leave my comment there. So after that, any members of council wish to speak or comment? Seeing none, then we will call the vote.
Mr. Chair, we still have to provide an opportunity for members of the public.
Apologies. I'm so sorry. It's been a long meeting. Hi, how are you? If you could just make sure you sign in to the sheet to your left over there, and then you'll start with your name, and we'll go from there.
And just to confirm, Mr. Chair, that this will form part of a public meeting for the purposes of the Planning Act.
I have to say that out loud, don't I?
It's ideal.
All right, well, you just said it. This will be, as part of the Planning Act, we act as our public meeting. Good afternoon. Do you want to hit the speak button? Yeah, perfect. And your name is?
Marielle Bersalon.
Perfect. And please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council. Thank you for what you do for Town of Ajax, and to the gentlemen and women of Town of Ajax, thank you so much for everything that you do for our town. I just wanted to address a few concerns about 282 Monarch Avenue. So in regards, I wanted to represent, if I may, to appeal this and to just address a few points before you make the vote for the bylaw. I wanted to bring up to your attention that if we proceed with the building of the up to 33 stories of these 4 buildings, this would mean that there would be 132 stories in that area. So I haven't seen, to be honest, the impact study for the parking, traffic, how it will affect. I will be upfront. I don't care about how it will affect the life of the developer, but what my main concern is how it will affect the daily life of a Town of Ajax resident. And not just that, but everyone who comes through Durham region, through Ajax, how it will affect us, we build on this development. I understand that the developer will be pressing into making this happen right away, but for me, what's more important is that whether we have adequate capacity for this potential rise of residents in this building. So if we also have that capacity, as what we have earlier addressed with like the current development with Lake Ridge Health, and like our service levels are being met currently in terms of healthcare, education, public infrastructures, and environment, and how are we gonna be able to ensure that waste reduction measures are also met with like the increase of residents that will be coming on board with this development. I also want to offer to collaborate on having like a working group on this. I want to share like my inputs and stuff, if and however I can help in that matter. And also, I want to make sure that if we ever pursue in proceeding with this, that I understand it's going to be a mixed use of residential and commercial, and to perhaps like integrate like our priorities of making sure that we have like employments addressed here locally. Maybe we can like ask the developer to make sure that all the employees that will be employed in this building has to be residing in Ajax. 50% maybe, or from Durham region. Because I feel like with the rise of job loss right now, if I may say, that I've lost my job twice last year. And if it happens to me, I understand it's happening everywhere. I also want to integrate also the program that because I think mentorship is very important. So if we can integrate the education that we have, and perhaps like some students locally can, if we are gonna proceed with this 33 stories, or if it's gonna be reduced to a lower stories, that would be good. Depends on how like the impact of like how the cost benefit analysis of this building is. And I wanted to see like how the schools and our like students currently in Ajax will be able to participate, that they can build on their skills. And not just that, not just students, but other residents, adults that don't have jobs right now. Perhaps we can build on capacity building and bringing those programs into like whatever the generation of income we can build from like the property taxes that will be earned from the 132 stories. And I don't know like the exact number of how many forecasted residents is the developer want to have. So, and then the next one would be, sorry, I have a few points. And then I wanted to also bring it up that if it's gonna be like commercialized too, and not just that, but residential. So I wanted to make sure that sustainable energy practices will be incorporated in the development of this high-rise building. There's a application right now, and I've seen like some residents have actually applied, have been using it. It's called Too Good to Go application. So essentially, it buys from local restaurants, and it's being sold to the public in a cheaper price. So instead of the food being wasted, it goes to like someone who doesn't have that much higher economic paying for that same price of goods can be able to purchase more of those. And for me, it's very important because it also like supports the local businesses. They won't, like for their perishable products, it won't go to waste. They can still earn profit from that at a cheaper price, but still it benefits someone who needs it in the public. And if not, we can perhaps like integrate programs that it will redirect it to food banks. That way, those who are in need or in the vulnerable sector will be able to benefit from this. I want to make sure that maybe this is an opportunity for us to revisit of how development will go moving forward. Like, if a developer comes into town of Ajax, what do we need first? And how are they gonna address that? Like, if it's gonna be like, if they're gonna push for this development to happen, how is the income generated from this development will perhaps like address the top priorities of our town in moving forward? Because it's not just our generation that we're looking after for, that we're responsible for, it's the daily life of also our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Anyone from council have any questions, comments? None? Just guys, oh, there you go. Councilor Henry?
I just wanted to say that you're very brave to come here. You're the only resident, I think, left in the room at the time, and to come before us all and make these suggestions. We can't tell developers who's going to be we don't know who's going to be the business owner from these projects. We don't know, and developers don't know at this stage, right? So, and we can't mandate that I'm aware of, and somebody on that side of the table, correct me if I'm wrong, about having 50% of Ajaxians work for these businesses, which I wish we could. It's a great idea, and we'd all support that, but I don't think legally we can do this. But I just wanted to thank you for coming here today, engaging with us, and being so brave to come up and speak about this. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you again. Sorry, no, actually, I'm so sorry. You have a kind of a set one chunk. We can't respond, so yeah. I'm so sorry. We have to get to the proponent. We have a very long. I'm so sorry, but thank you for your comments. I truly appreciate it. Are there any, Mr. Clerk? Is there any other, or Ms. Clerk? Is there any other people who wish to comment through the public meeting process?
We don't have anyone who is registered to address council online. So
Okay.
unless there's anyone else in the room, I think that concludes the public meeting
Okay.
portion.
So that concludes the public meeting portion of this meeting. Is the proponent online for questions or comments? Could they hit the request to speak button?
So if a member of the proponent team would like to speak, there's a button on your screen in the middle that has a head with some lines emanating away from it.
And if you could just introduce yourself, please. Okay, we'll try that again. My bad. If, Katie, if you could hit that button again. I'm gonna hit, and now you can just go ahead and speak.
Hi, thank you for giving the opportunity. We do not have any comments and we agree with the mayor directive direction. Thank you.
Do any members of council have any questions or comments for the proponent? Seeing none, I will start. Katie, you had heard a brief conversation about the introduction of a community benefit charge. Other municipalities across the province have instituted one. If Ajax were to institute one, would that completely ruin your business plan to build an Ajax? Go ahead.
It won't be fair to answer that question from me, but we have a member from ownership team. Wahida or David, if you would like to add to it.
So Wahia, if you could just, again, hit the speak button, I'm going to enable you to speak and you can comment from there. We have David's son, go ahead.
Hi, this is David. I'm from 95. And we be aware, beware the CPC restrictions among the municipalities. However, as the economic situation in Ajax particular, the overall cost are particularly similar with Toronto, but however, per square footage of the sales is roughly 200 to 300 lower than Toronto. So the overall margin for this project is significantly low. So we have to be fair to say that will be could create a huge financial impact on our project. That's one of the reasons why the project in AZAX are rental only, so they can be avoid like DCs and other charges.
Mr. Sun, I'm just going to ask a very simple question. You said about $300 per unit, correct?
200 to 300 lower than Toronto.
I'm going to take the high side at 300. Over 10 years, and I imagine your building will be up for longer than 10 years, that comes out to $30 a year, which would translate to, we'll call it $3 a month in per unit, correct?
I don't believe the economic number can be calculated in that way. The reason is for real estate, you input huge amount of capital initially, and then you get your finished construction, receive the closing from the purchasers. So basically, the capital was huge upfront, and then you collect another income. Then you input for the second phase upfront. Then you collect. So it's not you can evenly distribute over years.
Okay, just my comments will just remain that $300 per unit over the course of the life of the building is not a prohibitive amount. And if it is, then quite honestly, like I have to retake my Economics 100 course because that sounds like a very reasonable amount. Katie, you want to speak?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We have provided an rooftop space. We have also um, we have a central park, which is quite significant in space. We have 17 retail and 5 office space. This would all add to the community benefit as such. Indirect, there won't be any monetary compensation, but indirectly, we are adding to the community. And provided that we are located at the central location facing 280 Monarch Avenue and Bailey Street, and with all this amenity space, indoor, outdoor, rooftop amenity space, restaurants, commercial spaces, office, we would definitely add to the value of the community. Thank you.
Sure. And to respond to that, I would also add that we're also adding 8 stories per building for you as a result of that. So again, my comments to council remain. Katie, do you want to say one more thing?
Yes, through you, Mr. According to Section 41 of the Planning Act, road widening is allowed through site plan application. However, the road extension is not allowed. We are contributing more than 20% of the site area for road extension. I do not have that name of the road, but it would connect the Monarch to the northern properties, and it would certainly add value to the community. So we have been in discussion. I started this file when I was intermediate planner working for smaller consulting firm. Now I'm associate at Western. So this has been a 5-year progress project. We are working through tidying up each and every detail with staff. Staff has been very cooperative, going through various hurdles of changing in planning process. And here we are with our plan.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment. Any other members of council want to speak? Seeing none, we vote on that now, correct? No? Is it later on the agenda? Perfect. So that ends all our public meetings. Council, with your allowance, I'm going to just call for a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready. All right, we are back. Before we go into reports, Mayor Collier, did you have conflict you wanted to declare? Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And I missed the beginning of the meeting, so thank you for letting me back in. I do need to declare a conflict on, I believe it's item 7.2.1 in the GDC agenda, the lease for the Ajax Rod and Gun Club, as I am a ex officio member of the club. I will abstain. Thank you.
Okay, and the clerk has that objection. Council, we are on correspondence. Is there any polls for correspondence? Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you. I'd like to pull number 2.
Number 2 is pulled.
Durham and York.
Anything else pulled? Regional Councillor Crawford.
I'd like to pull the municipality of Clarington, 5, 6, 5 and 6.
Okay, that's 2, 5, and 6. Can I get a mover for the balance, please? We have Councillor Bauer, seconded by Councillor Bauer, seconded by Councillor Tyler Morin, and we will call the vote. Okay, that passes. Regional Councillor Dies on item number 2, the York Region Sewage Works Project Progress Update.
Thank you. Just through you to staff, I'm not sure, planning staff, I would assume. So this has been under discussion for a little while, and this was the latest report from the region on the water pollution control plant expansion. Came out, I guess it was November 23, I think I saw it. But I'm curious to know if we've been included in any of the conversations with Durham or York about this project because of the impact it'll have on our near shore.
Through the chair to Councillor Dies, yes, we've been included in all the discussions as an observer party. So this project was posted for comments back in November of 2023, and we did provide our comments through the project team for that as within our role. And in April of 2024, MECP approved the project report with some requirements related to the ongoing reporting. And York Durham are to provide annual reports on the progress of this to MECP. So that's kind of our involvement. We're more in this observer role with some commenting abilities, but more just monitoring the process as we go through it.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it would be appropriate, given the amount of time and effort we put into trying to find a solution to the algae on the near shore and the phosphorus loadings, because this is going to be a huge expansion. This is the 4th expansion to this plant. Would it be possible in the near future to sort of give an overview, some sort of presentation before council for the public to be informed of this project and the expansion that will happen?
Through the chair to Councillor Dies, yeah, we can discuss with staff and find the appropriate slot to bring that forward to council for sure.
That'd be great, thank you.
Welcome.
Regional Councillor Dies, did you want to receive for information then? Did you want to move to receive for information? Can I get a seconder, please? We have Councillor Bauer, and we will call the vote. Oh, sorry, I was doing it now. I forgot I have that power. We'll do that again. We'll start the vote. Mayor Collier, we're just waiting for you to vote. This is on the, yes. Huh? The vote's coming up right now. Okay, that passes. Regional Councillor Crawford on items, I think, 5 and 6. Oh, excuse me.
I would only like to endorse
Sure.
the
We have a
position, that's all.
Mover to endorse. Could I get a seconder, please? We have Councillor Tyler Moore, and sorry, Councillor Henry, you get the next one. And we will call that vote to endorse the two positions. These are 5 and 6. Let it burn. Mayor Crawford, or Mayor Collier. All right, I'm just going to do that then. Perfect. And we will move on to correspondence reports. We had no community affairs and planning meeting. 7.2, can I get a mover for the General Governance Committee from June 17, 2024? We have Councillor Henry. It's not pull. I need. Did you want to put it onto the floor? Okay, so we have Councillor Henry, seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford. Councillor Henry, you want to speak on this?
Yeah, for 7.2?
Yes.
Right? So 7.2.1, GGC meeting June 17th, item number 5.7, and I have a motion, thank you, an amendment, there we go. It's up on the screen now. So the recommended association with these items in the general GGC report dated June 17, 2024, be amendment to strike clause number 2 and replace with the following: that staff be authorized to undertake all actions necessary to design, supply, and install solar lighting in the identified locations in an amount not exceeding $90,000 to be funded from the Capital Contingency Reserve, and that works be completed as soon as possible, but in any event, no later than December 31st, 2024. As I stated on June 17th, we have an issue that took place with regards to the Imagination parking lot. This weekend, I had the opportunity to walk with Durham Police door to door in that area as they were giving out some tips with regards to help in prevention of car theft. We have some high numbers in certain areas, and they wanted to give that resident contact and door-to-door in-person conversation. During this time, I focused on the area across the street from this parking lot, heard from many residents, received some emails. Residents are definitely in support of this. They want this as soon as possible. There's some other things they've asked of that I'll take back to staff, but since this is on the floor now, since this came through GGC, I would like to really get the support of my council colleagues on this. Hoping for that support. Thank you.
Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this might be a point of order. Is this not a budget reconsideration?
I'll go to the clerk for that.
Passed, and just 1 sec, Council Lead. The budget has been passed. I wish I'd added this when Mr. Glass was on about the mayor's budget, because it was a very efficient process, but every member of council had an opportunity to veto any item in that agenda, and none of you did. None. So to do a walk-on item like this today without any notice to, if she notified anybody else, didn't notify me, I've just had to scramble and open my last budget. I'm not willing to consider something like this, which I consider a opening up of the budget, a reconsideration that has already been approved. I'd like the position of the clerk, please.
Okay, we'll get the answer on your question whether there's a reconsideration. Ms. Clerk?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, this would not be considered reconsideration because it's an in-year budget amendment. So an in-year budget amendment would be the purview of council at this time, whether or not they wanted to go forward with this amendment or not today.
Councillor Henry?
Sorry, point of information, Mayor Collier.
Sorry, Chair, I think I still have the floor.
Sorry, she's calling a point of privilege. There's no such thing as point of information, but just
Okay, point of privilege. Mayor Collier, I did message you about this, and I saw the message was read yesterday.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to let you know.
That's not okay. Okay. Mayor Collier, you still have the floor.
I don't believe I saw that. Anyway, I'm not going to support a walk-on motion, Mr. Chair, like this. We consider Ajax as a whole, and not just individual boards. The budget has been passed. We're not doing individual things based on councilors' directions midterm. As far as, or I'm not going to support if that's what council wants to do. I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Collier. Councilor Tyler Morin.
Is my mic on?
You had nothing to speak? Did you want to speak, sir? I do. Okay.
So this has to do with changing light bulbs, or?
It's moving a GGC motion from the budget to in council, so it comes from a capital contingency reserve for solar lighting.
Well, I get it, but I mean, solar lighting can be changing a light bulb on an existing fixture.
I think there's no current project associated. The report was for to go to budget and present and have it approved at budget. Right now, Councilor Henry wants this approved and processed before the end of the year.
But the $90,000,
They had an upset limit of about 30,000 approximately per light for three lights.
there you go. So 3 lights, and where would the 3 lights be?
If I may, Ward 1, Lee Crescent to Rotherglen Walkway, Ward 2, Imagination Park parking lot, Ward 3, Harvard Avenue South to Andrea Road Walkway.
Where in Ward 1?
Lee Crescent to Rotherglen Road Walkway.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No? Okay, Regional Councilor Crawford.
I would support this only because I thought that when we were asked to give locations where we thought the lights would be appropriate in our ward, so we did. We gave, I think, what was it, 3 locations we were, I actually thought that was like we were giving direction, and then only to find out it was like, okay, cool. And it was done. It was like, so I think it's a safety issue, and I would support this because I think that it's necessary, especially if things like cars are getting stolen. And I'm not saying that a solar light would actually stop that, but I believe that there are some areas in the town where solar lighting is acceptable and should be done. And I don't know that it can get done. I would have to ask through you, Chair, to Director Meredith, if the timelines would even be able to be met. That's the only thing I would be concerned about.
Director
I
Meredith?
suppose this could get vetoed too, right? Like under strong power? Like-
We'll get to that. How about we get
okay,
Director
yeah.
Meredith first?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, we're probably about a 4 to 5 month sort of before installation. We probably have about 2 months to go through the procurement process and a 2 to 3 month for the supply, delivery, and installation of the solar lights themselves. So we'd be close to the end of the year. I'd probably say the October, November timeframe would be realistic.
So no, I guess it would have to be an added unbudgeted item for this budget, right? Because the budget, we're going to be looking at in December, correct? Yeah. So was it just a survey that you were asking for? Like, was there an intent to put it in the next budget? Like why were we asked what we were asked?
This was actually in response to a notice of motion from council for us to do a feasibility study and look at identifying locations for solar lights within the parks system, one within each ward. So we did the feasibility study, which we brought back to council, which was the purpose of the report, but there was never any funding associated with it, and never a capital project associated with it. So within our report, we recommend consideration in the 25 budget.
Okay, so, and if I remember correctly, this was part of our strat plan. I believe it was a motion that came from Councillor Bowers in our strat plan.
It was a notice of motion, actually.
Was it? Oh, it was an actual notice of motion. Okay, thank you. I would support it.
Thank you, Regional Councilor Crawford. I will ask the clerk, because I think the question came, is there an override or a veto on this available to the mayor?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the veto powers apply to bylaws. So this is not a bylaw, but there always is the opportunity for the confirming bylaw to be vetoed.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll just add, he
Please.
can only veto based on a prescribed provincial priority. So the mayor could draw that conclusion if he wishes.
Okay. We'll go to Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Yes, this is a wish list item of mine that I've had since first term of council. I was very happy to see all of the work done on it to bring it to the stage that it came to our GGC, and I was happy to wait for it to go through the appropriate budget channels, knowing that it was going to be done. However, Councillor Henry has brought it forward a little bit earlier, and I want these lights as much as the rest of council does. It definitely is a safety issue, which is what I've been saying all along. So I will support this change in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers to this? There's an amendment on the floor. Sorry, Regional Councilor Crawford. No, I have to wait for you to call the vote. We will call the vote then on the amendment in front of you. Okay, so that passes. Now the GGC minutes as amended. We have Councillor Henry moved, Regional Councillor Crawford second. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. It's the GGC minutes as amended. And Mayor Collier has declared his conflict. And that passes. Thank you. Now we have the summary report 7.3, summary of advisory committee activities, June 2024. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? We have Regional Councillor Dyes, Councillor Bauer is the seconder. Any questions, comments, concerns from council? 7.3, summary of advisory committee activities, June 2024. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. We have departmental reports, PSA-2024-06, the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan, parentheses, Action 26 update. This is just the report in front of us. There's no comments on that from Director McClarty. Any council members wish to speak? We have Councillor Bauer.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this update. It's fantastic, and I'm so happy. I really love our strategic plans when we get to check off things completed. I did have a question. I forget what number it is on the slides. The Ajax Wall of Fame concept, and I'm sure you knew, if anyone placed a bet, that would have been my question. So I see that it's a concept. Could you just give me an idea what that means, the timing of it, and when will we be getting our actual Wall of Fame, please?
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, the intent is that with the ACC renovations that we'll take on in a couple of years, we would use that opportunity to construct the Wall of Fame at that time. So we would be going through the design phase, a consultation, what that might look like with the plan of building at the time ACC is under construction.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you so much, Director Vita. So my understanding then is it's going to be part of the construction of all of the new ACC.
Yes, that is our plan at this point, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Thank you. Any other members of council wish to speak on this report in front of us? Seeing none, I'll call the vote then. And that passes. We're on to Department Report 7.4.2, FIN-2024-14, the Municipal Funding Agreement on the Canada Community Building Fund, the CCBF. Director Valentin, anything you want to comment on this? Seeing no comments. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. And that passes. Moving on to item 7.4.3, OES 2024-12 Corporate Assets Management Policy Update. We received the presentation. This is now just the report. Any questions? Dr. Meredith, no more comment. Any questions, comments? We have Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize. I didn't ask during the presentation. I just want to understand, what does unconstrained actually mean as part of that, the comparables?
The unconstrained would be if there was unlimited funds available in terms of the actual existing levels of service and the full life cycle replacement costs of those assets. So right now, through the budget process, we assess the assets, we identify priorities, and we budget accordingly based on the spending caps that we have in place right now. So right now, the spending caps sort of provide the framework for the amount of money that we have to spend. It's not to say that we're doing all of the asset replacements that are needed. So unconstrained would mean that we don't have those spending caps, that we could just spend
Just go ahead.
based on the conditional assessment that we would identify.
Okay, so then the gap between maintain level of service and unconstrained, the difference between those two is $3 million. Is that right? 32 for maintenance and 35 for unconstrained. So the gap is not that huge.
It's in that ballpark. I don't have the actual sort of report in front of me, but yes, that's the estimate.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted the clarification. That was it, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns from council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Mr. Chair, we require a mover and seconder.
Nah, let's just skip it this time. We have Councillor Henry and Councillor Bauer as the movers and seconders. Yes, we will start again. We're voting on the report for the corporate asset management policy. Yo, that's on you. Okay, let's finish this vote first.
Let's finish the vote, please.
I was on a roll. I'm sleepy. Okay, so the vote.
We're waiting on one
Regional
member.
Councillor Crawford, sorry. No, not at all. I was confused too. I don't blame you. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
yes,
you.
Mr. Chair, we missed movers and seconders for the previous two items.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer, for reminding me on that. So, Councillor Bauer, would you do me the honors of moving? Councillor Henry will flip them as the seconder. Now we're on, 7.4.2, the municipal funding agreement, and I'll start the vote. Mayor Collier? Thank you. And that passes. We are now on item 8, Regional Council reports. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. I just wanted to report the 19 buses that were damaged in the fire that Durham Region Transit had back in, I think it was last year actually, have all been replaced thanks to Nova Bus. So we're back at full capacity. They have the 2-for-1 summer youth pass that returns to Durham Region for use from 13 to 19. So you can get 2 passes for the price of 1. They are available, let me just go, at various locations. I won't go there. I'll send out an email if you need it. Also from Works, the Green Bin program starts on July the 1st. The expansion of it, it has been confirmed that if you need the green bin for dog waste, you can use the products you currently have, with the strong recommendation that as you go through those products, you replace them with compostable bags. So that would be for, all of your dog waste, cat litter, that kind of thing. And the lining of the green bin must be a compostable bag. That's one thing that they are asking for sure. All of your normal green bin products would be the same. They would use the same products. Again, anything that you are currently using that is plastic, they're asking that once you've used it up, that you would replace it with a compostable bag. So it's a very exciting project, and hopefully I'm sure there will be bumps, but we're trying to work with residents as much as possible to get buy-in right away. So that's about it.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Moore with a question?
I do. Thank you, Chair. So with regards to the green bin, Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford, so you shouldn't put diapers you should put the diapers in a compostable bag. You should put your cat litter in a compostable bag, and it'll have a series of compostable bags in there. Kitchen waste, diapers, all in a compostable bag.
Ideally, that's the plan, and the ultimate goal is that everything goes into that, but we do know that they have genies out there right now, like that the people use for diapers, and I'm guessing they won't want to unroll them all and then put them into so, because it's going to end up in the garbage, right? So they're saying that as you run out of those products, then please kindly replace them with the compostable bags. Like I have 10 plastic poop bags for my dog. So as I need to order more, I order what I would normally, what they're asking me to order. But I can go through what I have right now. Same with the diapers, same with
Okay.
cat litter, same with all that. The thing that you need to be really careful about is the weight. It cannot exceed over 40, I think it's 40 pounds or something like that. So that's why they're making available more green bins for people if you need them. So if you've got like
Yeah.
a dog and a cat and 2 kids in diapers, then you might need to have
Yeah.
2 or 3, and plus all the other organics, right? You might need to have 2 or 3 green bins. But the beauty of it all is that it gets picked up every week. Where right now your, you
Yep.
know, your diapers and your poop and all that other stuff stays in the garbage for 2 weeks. So it does. Well, yeah, we'll get to that stage eventually, but we need to get everybody to use them as it is. So yeah.
If I may, just one more. So if it's
Absolutely.
the diaper genie bags, I think that's what they're called? They're not? What
What are they called?
Oh,
No,
you
they're
can't
not. No,
take
no,
those
They
out
are
right now?
called the
put them
diaper
in a
genie
green bin?
bags.
No, I'm saying
They are not compostable.
Yeah, I'm saying
No, I
that
know
if
that.
you're using that currently, then yes, you can do that.
But you
Or
sh-
you end up having to unroll them all, like the sausages all come out and they go into a green bin. But they're saying there is a process where they can jiggle the plastic out, take the plastic off the top, it goes to waste, and everything else goes to the AD. So there is a process that will separate it, but as you go through those products and you run out, so now I don't have any more genies, please consider replacing it with compostable bags. That's what we're
Compostable
asking.
genie bags. Okay,
No, I don't think they exist.
Oh.
So it would be just a garbage with green, yeah.
great.
Do you have a genie?
In my family, yes. Yes, we do.
So,
Yes.
You should wish
So
for 3 more
that
wishes.
that is just the idea that we want everyone to buy in now, so we're not making it a mandatory thing, but that as you go through
Okay.
the projects, or as you go through your product, that
Grandpa.
it's being replaced, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Henry has a question.
I do. I have a question and a comment. So first of all, thank you to Regional Council Crawford for all the work on this, because I know there was a lot of confusion online. Some folks got a little upset, and you had to make some clarifications. And I know that's all being hammered out. I did want to also say that with regards to the genie, I know that from neighbors, past neighbors, that folks would use this diaper genie because of the fact that diapers would be sitting around 2 weeks, and nobody in the town of Ajax wants a diaper sitting around for 2 weeks. But now that we're at the point where it's going to be a weekly pickup, I think you're going to find that that product won't be as necessary, because you're going to be able to walk it out in a compostable bag and put it right into the green bin. So can you reiterate again, was it July 1st?
July 1st, yeah.
And is there still a supply before we send folks rushing up there to the Whitby location? Because you could go and get new green bins, you could exchange old blue bins, I believe, the smaller blue bins for the bigger ones.
Yeah.
That still
For
can
this
be
week.
done.
For this week, the blue bins are only available this week, because once the province takes over the blue bin program, we are no longer in the blue box replacement business. So if you need your blue box replaced, you have up to July 1st to get them replaced. But the green bins are available. And you get the first, you already have one green bin, the next one, if you need to go buy one, is half price, so $10.
Which is a lot, it's not a lot to pay when you think that you won't have diapers sitting around for 2 weeks.
Yeah. I will say that the confusion online was not the residents' fault. It was a miscommunication between the communication at the region, and that has been cleared up now. But that was not the residents' fault at all. It was just confusing messages, conflicting messages, and I'm just happy that we were able to get it straightened out.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking forward to this, I think. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other regional council reports? Seeing none, I'll need a mover to receive the regional council reports for information. I have Councillor Henry and Councillor Bauer, and we'll start the vote. Thank you. And that passes. We are now at business arising from notice of motion. I believe we changed procedure. I can keep chairing, correct? Perfect. First one is moved by myself, seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford, an update to the public conduct policy to address hate speech. I'll just read the therefores with council's allowance, just like call it up. Sorry. All right. Whereas on June 6th, the opposition announced in the Ontario Legislature their intention to reinforce the anti-hate bill introduced, dubbed the Our London Family Health Act, which dropped the order from the order paper when the 22 provincial election was called. Whereas on September 27, 2023, the Region of Waterloo adopted amendments to their Code of Use bylaw to prohibit harassing, discriminatory behavior on regional premises. And whereas Ajax Council adopted the public conduct policy on December 20th, 2019 to help ensure all town facilities remain safe, respectful, and harassment-free environments for all users to enjoy. And whereas in recognition of the number of acts of hate and to foster a sense of safety and belonging, it is appropriate to strengthen town policies to make very clear that hate has no place here. Now therefore be resolved that the red line changes to the public conduct policy as provided in attachment 1 be adopted. Corporate services staff be authorized to amend this policy as required with delegated authority for approval given to the senior management team. And 3, corporate services staff be authorized to make minor amendments to related corporate policies and appendices to ensure consistency with the new policy. I'll very quickly speak on this. We are seeing an alarming number of hate speech masking as free speech, and there's absolutely a difference. This allows our staff to kind of make the town of Ajax a much safer, more inclusive community. And, you know, whereas the van that Malcolm had brought up, you know, we do have a bylaw against vans with movies and sound. You know, this will kind of encompass all kind of hate speech. And it's important to show that Ajax Council is in support of our you know, of our community, whether it's racialized, different religions, different beliefs. So I'm hoping council will support this. Regional Councillor Crawford?
I think it's self-explanatory. We have no room for this kind of talk in our town. And you've very eloquently described what this is all about. So I have nothing more to add.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I didn't know about this van that you were talking about on the weekend, but I do like this motion, but I do want to ask a few questions. So the first question is, was this motion initiated by staff or by the committee that was here earlier?
This was actually initiated by myself and seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford. This stemmed from conversation of the Durham Region Anti-Racism Task Force. This past Thursday, I was able to brief the Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force on this, but by then the agenda had already come out, so they didn't really have a chance to endorse this. But suffice to say, every member of the community understood the importance of a motion like this, and that was even before the incident that happened this past weekend.
Excellent, excellent. Good work on this. I'd like to know how this can be used positively, so I'm going to ask some questions and keep that in mind what I just said with the questions I asked. So will these changes affect the public with regards to interacting with the town's social media? Will this allow for comments by the public to be removed on town social media platforms?
Does staff want to take this?
Through the chair, we have a separate social media policy that does exactly what you just said.
Okay, so this is, I get it. This will not be used in that context. Okay. And will these changes allow for members of the public to be banned from town events and property? Will this help with that? Should there be a need for it?
There is a provision in the wording that does say that, if I'm not mistaken. Director Cooper?
Yes, so through the chair, the policy outlines what is considered unacceptable behavior, and it also outlines a process by which restrictions can be imposed on members of the public or customers that conduct themselves in ways that violate the policy, so yes.
So, sorry, just for clarification, this is part of that policy, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So how... It's good we're strengthening this. It's very good. Like, I'm not seeing anything negative here. I'm curious who makes the decisions when the banning comes in place. I guess it's outlined through the policy and that's how it's followed?
It's outlined through the policy, if I may, and it's also, again, we've given corporate services and senior management the right to enforce, the ability to enforce, as with the second and third clauses in the motion.
The right to enforce.
Right. Director Hoover, am I incorrect there?
No, that's absolutely correct. So if you just go to the policy, there's sort of escalating restrictions that occur on the basis of the number of violations, the seriousness of the violations, and at each of those steps, it's outlined who has the authority to make that determination with the corporation, within the corporation. The most serious ones rising to the level of requiring CAO approval.
Oh, CAO approval. Okay, so that in the end it lies with the CAO. Okay, I understand where you're going with this. All right, thank you. You've
Thank
answered
you.
my questions.
Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions was already answered. But the other one was 3.22, the responsibility of town staff to report. I just wanted to confirm that the reporting is it meant just for the person directly involved in the interactions, or if there are witnesses standing watching, are they also able to report?
Director Cooper, are you able to answer that?
Yes, sorry, I'm just reading the relevant provision. Give me one moment. Yeah, so this, the responsibilities section of our document template requires that we sort of outline the main participants of what their responsibilities are. That's not meant to preclude a member of the public from filing a complaint under this policy or drawing attention to a violation of it.
Thank you for that. So if there was some sort of behavior that maybe didn't directly, let's say I'll use myself, that I was not directly related, but I witnessed happening to someone, that I could report that, right? Or like, it doesn't have
Yes,
to be.
certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Henry, you want to come back?
No, I think I'm done.
Okay, seeing no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote. And that passes. Thank you, colleagues. We're on to item number 9.2, maintaining bonds with the HMS Ajax and River Plate Veterans Association. We have Councilor Tyler Moore moving and Mayor Collier seconding. Councilor Tyler Moore?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, very happy to move this. I think that the HMS Ajax River Plate Veterans Association is an extremely unique, relationship and history that we have. I know at the last, I think it was the GGC meeting, our colleague Sterling, Regional Councillor Sterling Lee brought up that there's more to the history of Ajax than this, and I appreciate that. I think that, maybe in the future we'll be looking wider and just at all the different components that made Ajax what it is today. This particular conference and get-together, Marilyn Crawford, Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford, saying she should attend. I think it's important for what lies ahead, and that other members of council can also experience this. And I think some of the questions that I had before the meeting was how much is this going to cost, and it's basically $2,500. I think it was $2,000 plus a little bit extra on top of that. So certainly not an insignificant amount, but I think it's a reasonable amount and a responsible amount. And it is obviously my strong opinion that this should happen. And hopefully we can get the support and continue our relationship with our history and teach everybody moving forward. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Collier, as a seconder, do you want to speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is not new. This is something that was done, I won't say regularly, but for special occasions in the past. This year marks the 85th anniversary of the Battle of the River Plate. And when Councillor Crawford approached and asked about attending, I said, great, because it's very important to me, who has already been pointed out this meeting is not going to be here in 2 years, 2.5 years, that this relationship continue. I won't get into certain aspects of, there's still a relationship with the past council, but it's very important that we cultivate this relationship with the new council. In this particular case, it was Councillor Crawford that took the initiative, and that's why her name is on this. There's nothing precluding future councillors down the road, if they wish to partake in some of these things, from making the request and having consideration exactly the same way as this is done. I will point out that I have reached out to the River Plate Veterans Association expressing my concern over this relationship not continuing past this term of council or having difficulty. And they absolutely agree. I've spoken with Malcolm Collis, I've spoken with Nigel Masters, who is the chair of the association. And just last week, Jonathan Harwood pulled me aside when he was here for his visit and mentioned to me the concern for the association in not having built that strong of a relationship yet with this council. With me, yes, because I've been the one that's been attending these things, but with this council, not as strongly as I don't think we or they want. So I think through doing these types of things and having others attend other than just myself, it will go a long way to furthering this. It is a fairly small amount of money that is available through the current budgets. We're not adding money to the budget this year. And I just wanted to just ask my colleagues, because some of the emails I got were quite surprising to me. I mean, I thought this is a fairly simple ask. I don't want it to be, what about me, which is I felt some of the questions were. This isn't about rewards. This isn't about, oh, I want my turn. This is about building the relationship, and I think everybody will have the opportunity. In this case, it was Councillor Crawford whose name is for it. So I would ask for your support, please. Thank you.
Any other members of council wish to speak on this? Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I agree this relationship is important to our town history and it should be maintained. So I appreciate that. I was one of the people who asked some questions about it, specifically how much was it going to cost, what other members of council had attended in the past. And I appreciate the answers to all of that. And if Regional Councillor Crawford is the delegate this year, that's completely fine. I'm happy to support that. My only comment would be, and it's not, I would not have asked to go. I don't have a preference to attend at this time. The only comment I would make is because it did spark a lot of conversation. So maybe in the name of fairness for next time, it could come up before the motion where each member is contacted to see if they'd be interested. We put everybody's name in a hat and we pick one. So that's just a comment. I have no other questions. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I was at that lunch with Mayor Collier when that subject matter was broached. And I noticed that in the mayor's reply, he talked about new council, which I am one. And I'm going to ask some questions here with regards to, I'm noticing the wording in this motion refers to invited a delegation. So where is the invitation and why was it not sent to all of council? I didn't receive it. I don't think any of my colleagues received the invitation. So how would anyone know to ask for something when no one received the invitation?
Mayor Collier, are you able to address the questions by Councillor Henry?
The invitation is basically a standing invitation each year. We get the council newsletter, it's distributed. It has in there when the AGM is and where it's being held and all of the above. We don't get an actual invitation to individual councillors. It is just basically, as we are part of the association, when they're having an event, we are automatically invited. That's just the way my understanding is how it works.
So then I would, through the chair, I would ask if we are automatically invited, why weren't we all given the opportunity to attend? And I'm not saying I want to attend, and I have no problem with the person who is attending, but I'm saying as a council, why weren't we given that opportunity? Why was that never mentioned to us?
Mayor Collier?
I don't have an answer. I mean, I got it, I read it, I signed up. I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
Sorry, further follow-up, you got what and read what?
I think he's referring to an email.
A newsletter.
I received the newsletter that's put out by Malcolm Collis,
Mm-hmm.
and I read it. And I'm going to the AGM in Plymouth, I believe it is, in October.
And Mayor Collier, did we all get that email?
I can't answer that.
He
I
doesn't
already
know if
said.
we got emails or not, but obviously if you didn't get the email, you didn't get the email.
Okay, so that's I would support what my colleague Councillor Bauer has said with regards to how this was done this year, and seeing how this is an anniversary event, it would have been nice to have that offer extended to all members of council. And I think you can see the fairness of that and the point on that. So I will support what my councillor colleague has said here today.
Okay. We have Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you. I don't think there's anybody here on council that doesn't appreciate the history of the town and the association, the friendship we have with the association overseas and here in Canada too. And previously, we didn't need a motion to appoint somebody to go on to their AGM overseas. It was a conversation we had with council. It was a conversation about, can you go, who wants to go, I can't, you can't, that kind of thing, maybe next year. And we respected each other's decisions on that. And we were well represented, and more than one councillor became friendly with the veterans overseas, which is what we want. And particularly with new members of council that haven't had that opportunity. So I don't think, I think this can be easily resolved without a resolution. I think this is very heavy-handed. We also used to get those invites. Anything that came from the veterans, we would be forwarded in our correspondence, and I think maybe that's what we need to have happen again, so that we're kept up to date on what is going on. But I really feel that the conversation should still be had rather than putting it in a motion, so I won't support this.
Mayor Collier.
Chair, excuse me, I'm going to call a point of privilege on Councillor Dye's comments. I take great exception to the words heavy-handed. This involves funds. This has to come through motion. And I would ask that the clerk or the director of corporate affairs please speak to that and clarify.
To the clerk, did you want to speak on this? Does this require council approval? Director of Finance.
Thank you. To Mayor Collier's point, it does help with the budget process that it comes through and it's documented because it wasn't identified in the budget. Sure. So that this would help to clarify how the funds are being utilized.
Okay. So that answers that question.
Sorry, no, Councillor Lee, can you ask Ms.
Mayor Collier, you're breaking up.
Without consulting, I go through the proper process, and I was told this had to come through motion. My point of privilege still stands. I would like clarification, please.
Your point of privilege, you just want to know whether you are correct in your point of privilege? Is that what you're asking for? Right now,
I'm being heavy-handed by bringing a motion. Councillor Dye's recollection of what happened isn't my recollection. It was done by motion before, as I've been told, and I would just like confirmation, please.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Through the Director of Finance, in previous iterations of visits to the River Plate Association, was that done through motion to council?
No, Chair, I'm not sure about previous things. This time it is going through notice of motion because it will be on council remuneration as well.
Okay. That's perfect.
And the
So
mayor,
further, Chair.
the mayor has been told that he needs to do that.
Okay.
as a notice of motion.
So Mayor, you are correct. Staff did instruct this to go through a motion.
So my point of privilege is withheld, I suppose. I would like an apology, please.
Based on the phrase heavy-handed, which is defined as dealing with people or problems in a severe, harsh way, too strict or controlling, Regional Councillor Dowes, would you be willing to apologize to Mayor Collier?
I don't feel, so.
You're speaking, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't feel that a motion really is warranted to make a decision about who's going to go.
Right.
but the
Point of
instructions
order,
from
Chair. That's not the question.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, so no apology will be given, Mayor Collier. Did you want to we have one more speaker after you, and then we can vote on this?
No, I moved a point of privilege. I was upheld in my point of privilege. There needs to be some sort of reprimand to Councillor Dice.
Okay, I'm gonna just, hold on. No. Hey, everyone, sorry, order. I'm gonna speak to the clerk. Give me 2 seconds, everyone. Mayor Collier, you're still on the line? Of course you are. The chair's ruling is that an apology is not necessary. I think the use of the phrase heavy-handed was just a phrase. I don't think, it was overly offensive, but if you wish to challenge my ruling on this, that is obviously within your purview to do.
No, I would like to comment on Councillor Henry's comments, please.
Sure.
Okay, we had a delegation earlier, and Councillor Henry went to great lengths to express her concerns over the budget and want to have a meeting, and then brought in a $90,000 motion which passed, and now is talking about a council, I'll call it vacation. Let's all go to England. And quite honestly, that is what I meant when I said some of the comments that I received from council, and I was referring to hers in an email, seemed to be very much, what about me? And this shouldn't be, what about me? This should be about, and I wasn't going to say anything until she spoke to that. And said, I think everybody should be able to go. I think we should, spend $20,000 and take everybody to England for a trip. Look, this is not what this is about at all. And quite honestly, I mean, if it really leaves a sour taste in my mouth that council is taking this way. This is a very generic, simple motion because I was told that it had to come in a motion to council. We could have probably just done it according to what I've heard outside of this and avoided all this conflict. It's very disappointing, I must say. I am very, very disappointed by how this is being taken.
Mayor Collier, yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, as seconder of this motion, yes, your objection to this conversation, the theme of this conversation is noted. I would like to move on though. So Councillor Henry, do you have a question?
I do have a question. Thank you for that. I did want to know why it was going through the Public and Strategic Affairs operating budget and not the council budget. And I did want to ask in the past how this was done, if there was a difference in how it was done now in the procedure. Does anyone have that answer for me?
So through the chair, I was able to do some research for local councillor Bauer on this last week, and the only notification or only information I could find was a reference to an international delegation in and around 2013 for Councillor Brown that I strongly believe was former Councillor Brown, which was this particular event, the same type of an event that she attended on behalf of the town as a delegate. So that was the only information I could find dating back, but I wouldn't have any information as to how we dealt with it at that time and how it was costed out at that time. I will say that in terms of it coming out of the PSA budget, there is no councillor budget for this to come out of, just like when you deemed Regional Councillor Crawford a representative at AMO, the same money comes out of the PSA budget and is recognized on her individual expenses as an expense. This is the same way we would deal with that. It's because you have a set limit of a budget, and we wouldn't want councillors to go over budget in their personal accounts for events that they're attending on behalf of the town as a representative or a delegate.
So, okay, so in the future, should we want to go to something, we have to go through the PSA budget? Is that the
I'm
right
sorry, how do you
acronym?
define if you want to go to something? We also have our own budget for tickets to local events. I think if the
Well,
cost
that's why I'm trying to clarify is why like if our budgets aren't allowing for this and we have to go through another budget process, is that shown at the end of the year? Does that show what?
so as Director
Yeah.
McClarty said, it will be shown on the individual expenses of any councillor who goes.
Interesting. And just for clarification point, I'm not advocating to go, I'm advocating to have the knowledge
It's noted.
and
Thank
the
you.
information.
It's noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, anybody else want to speak on this? You sure, Councillor Bauer? All right, just checking. All right, so we will call to vote then. Oh, Mayor Collier, here we go. After you, sir.
No, that was an accident.
Couldn't write this if I tried. Folks, we will call the vote right now then. It's not. They would have told you. I'm sorry, I called the vote. No. Like,
Am I in conflict by voting?
they can't answer that. Right.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, staff is not allowed to advise on a conflict.
You have to go to the Integrity Commissioner for that. Okay, so that passes. We are on to item 9.3, sale of underutilized town facilities, Hartrick House and Sundial Pavilion, moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by myself. Mayor Collier, did you want to speak on this?
Oh, I feel like I need a vacation. Yeah, I'd like to speak on it, Chair.
Please.
This is coming from a report that was done earlier this year that stemmed from direction from council from several years ago to look at several underutilized properties in the town of Ajax. These are properties that aren't permitted very often, or as in the case of Sundial, at all, really. I think it was used as a washroom during a summer camp last summer. It not used at all. These are buildings that we don't collect taxes on. These are buildings that we have to pay to maintain. These are buildings that we have to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in maintenance and upkeep on, that really are taking resources away from other items that we need. And again, I'll go back to the delegation we had earlier. I expect more delegations like that. I've heard more, and I've received more emails this year from members of the public about the impact of taxation and how much pressure they are under from property taxes. And we are sitting on buildings worth, we don't know the amount, the market will tell us, between $4 and $6 billion in this case, that, I'll be honest, we're not good landlords. Okay, we are not good landlords. We do not get a good rate of return on buildings that we lease out, generally, outside of community centers. These other small buildings that we have generally tend to sit and we get very little rate of return, it's not in the public interest. This motion is directing staff to market these. We've already done the appraisals. We've already done the analysis. Council has already said that these are underutilized and we don't have any use for them going forward. To go and see what we can get at market, put $5 to $6 million back into our capital reserve, which is under immense pressure from all sides. And I used the analysis earlier in an email back to our delegate about a road that used to cost $1 million now costs $2 million. As long as we have these pressures on our capital reserves, I believe in the current state, I think the treasurer gave the estimate of 5 years before those capital reserves become near to exhausted based on our commitments today. We are going to have to go back to the taxpayer for some pretty substantial transfers in the operating to prop this up. I think it's incumbent on us to do everything that we can to make the best of the resources we have and get these things working for us. Taking this money from assets that aren't performing, putting it in our investment policy to grow at the significant amount that's growing. It's doing very, very well. We all saw the report last month. At the same time, creating housing, which is one of the commitments that we've made, collecting development charges, collecting planning fees, and collecting taxes from this point forward are going to go far, far better and do much more for the town and for the residents than just keeping some bricks and mortar that we are not using. So I would ask for council support on this. It seems like I hope this is a fairly simple decision, and we'll see where it goes. At the bottom of the report, I will point out this is requesting for staff to come back to council after we have gone out to market and to see where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Seconder, I have no comment. Regional Councillor Crawford, first to speak.
Thank you. I will support this. This is zoned agricultural, correct, for the Hartridge House?
Director Romanowski or Ms. Cristiano?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, yes, the land is currently zoned agricultural.
And the Hartridge House has not, we've tried to book it for meetings, and for whatever reason, every time we've tried to book it, it seems to be under repair. I don't know why. I guess because it's falling apart. But, and I do understand that, having buildings that we're constantly putting money into and not getting any return out of it, it's unfortunate that I don't know what kind of historical value does this building bring to our inventory. I don't know if that's kind of an unfair question to you, Director Romanowski, but would you have an answer for that, or could you find me an answer for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Crawford, yeah, I actually did have some information here with regard to that, so I can definitely share that with you. It's not a designated property, but it's on our list of
the inventory, right?
The inventory. There is a plaque there, but it's not associated with the designation.
Right.
But I do have some information that Mr. Sawchuk passed along. I could definitely pass that over to you.
Does this go through the Heritage Committee? Will this go through the Heritage Committee?
Not according to the motion.
No, not according to the motion, but it has been, well, maybe you could ask the councillor that sits on the Heritage Advisory Committee if it's been discussed at the Heritage Advisory Committee. That might be the best.
Okay, so we'll get there.
Has the Heritage, sorry.
Go ahead.
You turned yourself off.
I don't have the best memory, but I do not think that we spoke specifically about this. Although in the Heritage Committee, there is a portion for council comments, and I always refer back, if Sarah Moore was here, she could answer this question. I always refer back to what was discussed in a GGC as per what would apply. So I have a feeling we discussed this, but I'll certainly be discussing it next Heritage meeting in September. Yes,
Okay.
I'm not sharing.
So the answer is you don't know, just to confirm.
Correct.
Thank you.
Kristen McLarty's.
Director McLarty.
Through the chair, I do have information that suggests that Councillor Moran did speak to the Heritage Advisory Committee
Thought I
about
did.
this.
So if this property sells, then it would have to come back to us, what? Oh, for rezoning, is that correct? Because I don't think we can build on agricultural, it would have to be rezoned?
Yeah, if through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, if the property sold and whoever purchased it wanted to redevelop the lands, agricultural zoning could accommodate the existing house that's on the property. You'd have to go through at least a zoning amendment, potentially an official plan amendment, depending on what a development proposal would be.
Is there a possibility that a large building could be put on this property?
No.
So it would be single dwelling?
It would be more low-rise type of development. It could be medium, it could be townhouses, like it depends on what the plan is, but it wouldn't be high density or like a high-rise type of building.
So currently that street is a dead end. It doesn't go out.
That's correct.
There would be no thought process in opening that up, correct?
No, because of the proximity to the intersection of
Okay.
Rosslyn and Church.
Just wanted to hear it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have Councillor Henry next.
Thank you. So I'm going to address my comments specifically to the building that's in my ward. And I want to know what the maximum height would allow for in the current zoning for the building in Sundial. Who can answer that for me?
I can try to answer it without having the zoning bylaw in front of me. I think the property there, if I recall on the notice or the motion, was open space.
Which is what, please? Sorry.
Like I said, I don't have the zoning bylaw and it's not like encrypted in my head word for word. But open space typically, like parks, daycares, some maybe some, passive recreation type uses, typically heights. There is no height in this typically because open space zones don't typically have structures on them unless they're parks. And if they're parks, then they're considered accessory structures. And if they're accessory structures, then they have a maximum height of 4.5 meters. So to answer your question, probably 4.5 meters is the maximum height in that zone. However, no development could actually happen on the property, similar to the question about Hat Trick House. They'd have to go through, whoever bought the lands would have to go through some type of zoning bylaw or official plan amendment to craft a bylaw to allow development to happen, which is where the height performance standard would be established based on a proposal.
Okay, so is the sale of this property, should we pass this today, is the sale of this property going out to tender, or will this be working with one developer in particular?
Councillor Henry, the instruction is for the Deputy CAO to retain a realtor and then an agreement to purchase come back to us.
Well, actually, I do want to address that because I'm seeing here that it says corporate service staff to be given the authority to market the sale of Hat Trick House and Sundial Sales Pavilion in as-is condition with the current zoning and permit uses, and B, negotiate zoning requests. So negotiate zoning requests, meaning zoning could change, to consider other appropriate uses in keeping with the character of the existing neighborhoods. And two, authority be delegated to the Deputy CEO to retain a realtor if deemed required. So that's where the if deemed required, what does that mean?
Is there a developer currently lined up? Deputy CEO Cooper?
No, not to my knowledge. It's my understanding that the direction within the motion is to market the property. We do have internal procedures that govern how we handle this process fairly specifically. So just looking at it now, our internal procedures and our bylaw for the disposition of land talk about the various means by which we could market a property. Sometimes it's through a realtor, sometimes it is a listing on the town's website, property signage, outreach to the local business community. Those are sort of the options that are mentioned within our internal procedures. So there's a number of pathways that it could take. We would be taking the direction from council and then following our procedures for how we market that property
So
based on
there's
what's deemed appropriate
no-
in the circumstance.
No pre-developer.
No pre-developer, so it will be going, so I guess that's my concern, if deemed required. I'd feel more comfortable if that wasn't written in there, if deemed required, because if we require a realtor, that means it is going to open market and it's a fair and open process.
I mean, did you want to amend
I would
it?
like to make that friendly amendment.
It's not friendly.
Okay, I'm trying to be friendly. I'm just trying to look out for
Do you
how
have a
this is.
seconder for the amendment?
Pardon me?
Do you have anybody want to second the amendment to remove the wording if required from the motion? It fails for lack of a seconder.
That's fine, I still had to ask. And what's the process that's gonna be involved with informing, the properties are slightly different. One has residents across the street, one has residents surrounding the building. So for Sundial, what's gonna be the process in informing these residents that this is happening?
I believe this goes to Director Romanowski. Or, sorry, CEO Cooper, or Deputy CEO
again.
Cooper.
Through the chair, so pursuant to our procedures for the disposition of land, there is a notice that is required to be provided to the public. And the procedures prescribe how we do that. It's the traditional means, advertisements through local newspapers, the town website, probably signage on the property. There are no requirements for notice to specific households, so I don't imagine we would undertake something like that.
Is there public meetings about this? No?
No, that's not required.
That's not required either. Okay, interesting. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. So, question, I guess, about how it will be sold or marketed. The motion lists a range of value for these two properties. So how will that work for how we list it? Will we list these values, or will we go in high and, like, I just don't want somebody to come and say, let's buy it for the lower end.
Deputy Cooper?
Thank you. So part of this process will be understanding the appraisals that were done to date that Ms. Cruciano had done probably within the last 6 months. They're fairly current, but if you go back to Ms. Cruciano's report on underutilized facilities, they do talk about how the appraisals were based on a number of assumptions around things like zoning and potential contamination and so on. So I think there's going to be some work up front to refine those appraisals a little bit. We'll have to look at each case specifically and determine how we do that refinement, whether there's some additional appraisal work required or whether we think we can get to a good enough dollar value to market the properties on that basis. Obviously, the market will determine what the offers look like, but I'll be honest and say I don't think we're deep enough into the process yet to know exactly how we're going to get to that list number. As council will recall, when we did some organizational changes, real estate was moved into corporate services, and we're just in the final stages of hiring someone to manage this portfolio. So we will have somebody on staff within the next month or so that has a lot of experience in undertaking this type of file. So that will be part of the process as we get into it, like refining what the sale price is.
Excellent, thank you for that. The other question I had was, I think that report was in February 2024. So since then to now, have there been any permits or rentals of the Hartrick House?
Director Vita?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, we continue to hold facility rentals at Hartrick House. Yes.
Okay. Both of these units have been used for their washroom facilities for the summer camp programs, I think it said. So what will there be, I know it's looking way ahead, but once they're not ours anymore, how will that be replaced?
Director Vita?
Through the chair again to Councillor Bauer. For the Sundial Sales Pavilion, staff are utilizing that park for a playground this summer, but are using portable washrooms, porta potties. We're not currently using Hartrick House for camps, but if we ever needed to at some point in time, like we do at any other park space, we would have portable washrooms available.
Okay, great, thank you. And I believe there was a list of locations for town-owned property that the region was examining to see if there was potential space for homelessness supports. And correct me if I'm incorrect, but were these properties part of that review?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, thank you. Staff remain engaged in conversations with the region about opportunities, especially when it comes to the potential future of the plaza and what that looks like for the existing regional facility that is there. When Deputy CAO Cooper gets further along in the process of sale, I do expect that staff will provide these sites as potential options for the region should they wish to consider. But I doubt that the region would make sense because I wouldn't say they fit with the character of the neighborhood.
Right, okay. And they're a little too far, I think, from the downtown core. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Collier?
Oops. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to wrap up. I just want to reassure council. I mean, like I said in the last motion, I don't just bring things for the fun of bringing things. I do some research on them. And I spoke with the local,
Mayor Collier, I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
spoke with Councilor Crawford and
Mayor Collier, I apologize. We can't seem to make out what you're saying. We'll get back to Mayor Collier. Councillor Tyler Moore?
Thank you. Very, very briefly, I am in favor of this because it's responsible for the taxpayer, A. B, it's obviously, you know, to take $2 or $3 million and put it into an investment policy, again, is good for the taxpayer, and it's always front of mind. C, it's an extremely sensitive area for us in Ward 1 and for the town overall. So I'm glad to see that council would be kept abreast and will be part of the process-ish. And I look forward to that because the future of that area is obviously extremely important. I'm sure everyone would agree. So, but yes, I will be supporting this for all those reasons. Thank you.
Mayor Collier, to wrap up.
thank you. As fate would have it, I went to one bar just as you called on me. I don't know what you heard, so I'll just repeat the whole thing. As I said prior in the last motion, I don't just bring things without doing some research. I did speak with, for instance, Councillor Crawford on this. I do not want all the pushback from residents any more than councillors want the pushback from residents in building something that doesn't fit within their community. I would envision in Hartrick, for instance, just having an extension of the current low-density single-family homes that are on there and fitting with the street. We don't know exactly what's going to come to the table just yet, so that's why this is asking us to go out and test the market and see what's there. Same with Sundial. I would never expect a 25-story building to go in that spot. I actually expect somebody to buy it and use it in its current form. But regardless, it's $3 million that we have sitting there that we can make better use of. And to Councillor Tyler Moore, and it's not 2 to 3, it's 5 to 6. It's significant dollars that I think we can do better things with. So I think we covered all the bases in this motion. It does speak to negotiating zoning change requests to consider other appropriate uses in keeping with the character of the existing neighborhoods. And I thought that wording was self-explanatory. I just wanted to reiterate that to my colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I'm going to call the vote then, starting right now. And that passes Moving on to the bylaws. Were there any polls for the bylaws from 37-2024 to 46-2024? We have Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, please. I would like to pull 44-2024 and 45-2024.
Councillor Henry, do you have a different poll?
I have 42-2024 and 45-2024.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just before we proceed, we have separated the bylaw subject to 1/3 approval from the balance of the bylaws, which are subject to a majority vote.
Okay, so why don't we do, well, we'll do that one first. So the first one, that's Monarch, correct? So
That is correct.
37-2024 and 38-2024. This requires only 1/3 for to approve as this through mayor directive. So can I lump them or it has to be one at a time? All right, we're doing 37 and 38-2024, and we'll start the vote now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just before you proceed, we do require a mover and seconder, I believe.
I think
Nope,
it's the
I'm
mayor.
wrong.
I
I'm
got
wrong.
that one.
I'm wrong. Okay.
All right, very rare time where I get the W. All right, we'll call the vote then. 37 and 38, under mayor's directive. Thank you. Now moving 39, 40, 41, 43, 46. Can I move that? I can move that, right? Okay, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Henry and seconded by Councillor Bauer. I'll start the vote. And I'll stop the vote. Councillor Tyler Moran. 40, 41, 43, 44, and no, you pulled 44, correct, Councillor Bauer? Sorry, and 46. And 39. Thank you. But minus the polls. Thank you. I'll call the vote. Mayor Collier wanted to speak. I already called the vote. Mayor Collier, I will go ahead.
So, Chair, I want to find out before what we just voted on, because I saw a 5-2 and I didn't know if that was the right vote and what we were voting on this time. That's why I didn't vote, but I showed up as a no.
Okay, sorry. We're going to go one at a time. Let's just make this very simple. Okay, so sorry, I apologize. We're going to withdraw that vote. First, we're going to do 39-2024, automatic aid agreement with Whitby Fire Service. Just call the vote. Thank you. Next is number 40-2024, amendment to open air burning bylaw. Call the vote. Oh, I need movers and can we use the same movers and seconders? Yes, thank you. Yeah. We're using the same mover and seconders as Councillor Henry and Councillor Bauer to second. And everyone vote, but not me. Okay. Now it's 41, road occupancy / road closure bylaw. That was not pulled. So I will call that vote. Again, moved by Councillor Henry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. We require movers and seconders for bylaws, not for the 1/3 bylaws, which were subject to a different approval mechanism.
Right. So you actually need to hear it each time, correct?
That is
correct.
correct.
So it's moved by Councillor Henry, seconded by Councillor Bauer. That is for all of the ones I'm about to say. So we are now on 41, correct? Okay, 41, road occupancy / road closure bylaw. I'll start the vote. Again, that's Henry and Bauer. We're just going loosey-goosey right now. 42 was pulled, so we'll skip that for now. 43 was not pulled, so I'll do 43, amendment to the 2024 user fees and charges bylaw, parentheses, adjustment for general programs. Call the vote. 44 was pulled out. 45 is pulled out. Now finally, number 46, authorization for municipal funding agreement, Canada Community Building Fund. Call the vote. Now we will go back to, that passes, back to 42-2024, the zoning bylaw amendment to remove the holding provision for lands municipally known as 689 Salem. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, thank you. So I just want some clarification on this. Whose report is this? Director Romanowski, thank you. If I can get some clarification, short form, what this report means. I've read it 3 times, and we're doing what with this land?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, there is no report on this. It's a bylaw to remove the holding provision. They've satisfied the 2 requirements to have the holding provisions removed, and we're bringing that forward. And
What does it mean by removing the holding provisions?
well, if you reviewed the explanatory note on page 293 of your agenda, I'll tell you exactly what were the requirements for the holding provision. It was site plan application approval and that the applicant enter into a development agreement. So these have all been achieved by the developer for these 3 lands. This is the Amazon warehouse, and the 2 other warehouses to the south of them that were developed by Crest Point. So they've met those removal requirements. A holding provision's put in place to ensure that developers do a certain something before we give them their full zoning in place. So this is a check and balance. They've achieved that check and balance, and we're removing the holding provision.
Oh, it is then what I thought it was. Okay, all right, sorry, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Henry, Regional Councillor Dyes. On 42, call the vote. Councillor Bauer, I believe you pulled 44-2024.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I pulled this. This is about the pedestrian crossing at the temporary opening of Ashbury and Range. And I just wanted to ask why this type of crossover was chosen for this temporary opening. I've received a lot of comments asking or talking about things like stop signs and speed bumps, etc. So why was this crossover chosen?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, this crossover is stipulated within the Highway Traffic Act for this type of crossing. It's the minimum requirement necessary for this type of pedestrian crossing of a local road.
Okay, thank you. So it's the minimum requirement, so does that mean that there could be more?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, more of what?
More of protection of I guess for that type of crossing, the minimum requirement of protection, I guess, is a crossover. So when you say minimum, does that mean that if we wanted to have more, why did we choose that?
Because of the classification of the road, it's a local road.
Okay.
Classification, this is the requirement for that type of crossing, or a pedestrian path crossing this type of road. This is the minimum requirement.
Okay, so it's the minimum requirement. So so I have driven that area. It's a change to the longtime residents and users of that area for getting around. It's so it was done. Now it's in public consultation process through the IMO from now until the end of September. And I think both Councillor Dyes and I have received lots of comments about the safety of that crossing and the requirement. And I know that this type of crossover has explained to me that it is up to the driver to be driving, take a look, slow down, and give the pedestrians the right of way, which I think, we should all exercise that. However, it is a change. It's a big change for some people. And I have driven that route now a few times to test it while it's been open. And it does, if you're not used to it, it does sort of speed up, you get there pretty fast without realizing it. So I would like to, I did ask the clerks to put together an amendment, if this is the appropriate time, that we add a couple of stop signs. So I know that stop signs are not the minimum requirement, and that it is not the preference of staff who are the experts. The reason I'm asking for this now is we all know it is a temporary measure, temporary opening from now until September 30th. So as an additional safety measure for a part of the area that receives a lot of foot traffic and bike traffic, it's different than
Sorry, I
a
just have
path.
to stop you. Councilor
Yes.
Dyer, are you seconding? Just before you speak on it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. So I think it's just a little bit different of an area because of that trail crossing that I would like to see, just while the temporary opening is in place, a stop sign on either side of that trail as indicated in the motion.
Mayor Collier. Sorry, excuse me. Mayor Collier, I'll bring you back. Regional Councilor Dyes as the seconder. Do you want to speak on this?
And Councillor Bauer is quite right. We've had a lot of concerns expressed. This is a big change for this community, and it is a very busy trail that goes north and south there. And I think it's just a bit of a precaution, a reminder for residents in particular that they need to slow down. There has been this major change just through that study period, and we'll see how it goes.
Mayor Collier, sorry, I cut you off. Mayor Collier?
Yeah, no problem, Chair. No problem, Chair. And I did have a brief discussion with Councillor Bauer prior to this, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would support putting stop signs in this place because you know how I feel about stop signs. But I think in this case, and I think I said this when we had the site meeting, it's new and it's hard to see both ends of those trail as people are crossing. I am glad to see they added the word temporary because that was going to be my request, but I'm happy to support the motion as is. I just assume it says temporary. We need wording that says until the end of the, are we calling this a pilot or whatever we're calling it?
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this? I mean, barring that, I'd like to propose my own amendment to this to add 2 stop signs at Ward 2 at the discretion of the board and regional councilors. Add it yourself. Do you want to? And Councilor Henry, I'm assuming you want to second that? Okay. No, I'm asking for stop signs. Okay, but I mean, that's the amendment. So moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Henry, just at a later date before the end of 2024, based on public feedback that we get as well. Anybody like to comment or question? Councilor Bauer?
So since your requests are different than ours, because ours has a start date and a stop date, can I request that this motion, our items be pulled for voting separately than Wards 1 and Wards 2? They're not the same.
I just see an amendment to a traffic bylaw, so I'm just amending that as needed. Councilor
Mr.
Bauer.
Chair, if I might. I think your amendment is a separate amendment. So it would be a standalone amendment to add additional stop signs. I think what we need clarity on right now from a staff perspective is just to understand, like, because these are temporary, what is the point at which they will be, this provision will be repealed or reviewed?
Thank you very much. So the temporary opening is June 7th to September 30th. So we would like to request those temporary stop signs from June 7th to September 30th, just while the barriers are removed. When the barriers are put back in place for study, then we would expect that those stop signs would also be removed at that time.
So sorry, just to clarify, is clerk's okay with the language? Is mine still a separate amendment, clerk?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, yes, yours will still be a separate amendment. And then to answer Councillor Bauer, we'll add a clause in that this entire bylaw, so regarding the pedestrian crossover and the temporary stop signs, is deemed repealed September 30th, 2024.
Okay.
Yes, I think that was in the bylaw originally too, right?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, there is no date in the bylaw on today's agenda, so we're just gonna add that clarity for staff and council.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You know what? It was mentioned in the email from Mr. Pandya that it was temporary as well. Thank you.
Okay, so my amendment is out of order, so Barring that, we will vote on the motion in front of us. Mayor Collier?
Actually, Chair, I'm glad you said it. I was just going to ask about, is your amendment is in order, because I didn't think it was. Thank you.
Okay, so we will call the vote then. Yeah, I would. I'd like to move my amendment, please, of just 2 stop signs at the discretion of the ward and regional councillor to be implemented before December 31st, 2024. Yeah, let's throw Ward 1 in there as well. Ward 1s and 2 stop signs at the discretion of the ward and regional councillors. Okay, so, sorry, order. Councillor Tyler Morin has recognized that this is an undocumented motion, so I need to suspend the rules, correct?
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, we're struggling a little bit with whether a traffic bylaw can properly specify that stop signs will be installed, but not at a specified location. I think there's a bit of legal trouble with that. I think
I got locations too. I just thought
I think if you wish to proceed with this motion, we might need a brief recess to get some legal advice.
Okay, how about this? I'm going to do a notice of motion at point 11 to introduce it in September.
Okay.
In the meantime, staff can get back. Mayor Collier has a point of order. Mayor Collier.
Come on, folks. We don't do this stuff on the fly on the floor. This has to go through the proper process. Councillor Tyler Morin is exactly right. Let's get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Very good. Clerk, okay. So 44-2024 has passed. We're on 45-2024.
Mr. Chair, bylaw 44-2024 has not been adopted. We've adopted the amendment.
Excuse me.
What
Thank
is
you.
required is
Okay,
adoption of the main motion as amended.
Yep. Moved by Councillor Henry, seconded by Councillor Bauer. 44-2024 to move as amended. We'll call the vote. Okay, thank you. We're on 45-2024, appointment of the Integrity Commissioner. This was pulled by Councillor Henry first, I believe, wasn't? Oh no, Councillor Bauer first. Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Yes, I wanted to pull this just so that we could ask for a summary from staff of how this appointment came to be, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So as you'll recall, in April of this year, Council made some amendments to their Code of Conduct, which our current Integrity Commissioner, Principals Integrity, was not agreeable to. On May 28th, the Clerk's Office received a notice from Principals Integrity to terminate our agreement, so that initiated the 30-day notice period, with their contract officially ending on June 27th of this year. The Municipal Act does require Council to appoint an Integrity Commissioner, so staff have reached out to Airden Burles and discussed the code amendments and changes, and they did not share the same concerns. So they have agreed to become an interim Integrity Commissioner for us as staff go through a full process to replace your Integrity Commissioner. So Airden Burles served as the Integrity Commissioner prior to Principals Integrity, and they provided competent, reliable service, and staff don't see any issues with recommending today that Council move forward and appoint them in an interim basis until we move forward with a permanent Integrity Commissioner later this year.
Thank you very much for that, Jacqueline. So I just want to make sure that I understand. Originally, our IC was Aaron Burles. I thought they did an excellent job representing us. And then we switched over to Principals Integrity. I believe the report stated it was because the region was moving over to Principal Integrities, so we were all going to be using the same Integrity Commissioner. And then we had a council meeting where a motion came up to delete the informal complaint process and to increase the accountability reporting to council. At that time, council rejected deleting the informal complaint process, and we would keep it, but we did approve the requirement for more reporting. And that is the reason that is what led to the IC terminating the contract on that change. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The current Integrity Commissioner cited those reasons why he terminated the current contract.
Okay. And at no time did council request during that motion and discussion, we did not request to have control over the complaint process or control over the reporting other than the requirement for reporting. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be my recollection. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the questions that I had.
Thank you. Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I wanted to ask, does Aird and Burles, I think I'm saying that right, have any litigation complaints, judicial, quasi-judicial complaints against them with regards to their prior duties as our past Integrity Commissioner?
Councillor Henry, I think it would be more appropriate to discuss that in a closed session. So if you require an answer today, I would suggest that the chair move us into an in-camera session.
Oh.
Councillor Henry, is this information required for you to make a decision on this? If so, we can go in a closed session, but it's up to you. Because it's something we could have talked to staff privately about, or we
I
can
didn't
go,
know it would require a closed session.
you're talking about a legal issue in open
I
session.
didn't think about it that way. Well, I guess yeah, I would like to go to closed session to ask that. Can I? Can we?
You can move. You need a second to go into closed session.
Okay, I'll try. I don't think I'll get it, but I'm going to try. So yes, I'd like to.
I understand. Is there a
yeah.
seconder for this? Seeing none, you'll have to ask your questions in a framework that doesn't reveal personal information or legalese, etc.
Got it. Understood.
Clerk, you'll let me know if there's anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to dive into territory we shouldn't be here in open forum. I guess with saying that, if there was any issue, any concern, you wouldn't be recommending that that these folks be the IC. Can I ask that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I agree. Yeah, if staff had seen any concerns with recommending Aird and Burles on a temporary basis, we wouldn't have brought this forward.
Okay. And can I ask why the reports that we received from Principal Integrities were not included in this? Like, I understand that somebody came forward and asked about this, but can I ask why it wasn't put into the bylaw? What are we on now? Where are we?
Councillor Henry, if I may,
45.2024.
The bylaw is just to temporarily approve a new integrity commissioner. It's by no means has anything to do with our previous integrity commissioner. We were given the information in a separate cover, and public have the right to access it via going to clerks@ajax.ca. But you wouldn't include it in this report asking for a temporary integrity commissioner.
I understand where you're going with that. Okay. I think my final question would be, what is temporary?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we've currently asked Aird and Burles to be on for a 3-month period while staff go through a process to find a replacement and bring that to council, as council needs to make the final decision on who their integrity commissioner is. Our current draft agreement with Airden Burles would allow the town to be the sole person to extend that. So Airden Burles does not have the option to extend, but the town would if deemed necessary.
Excellent, thank you.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on Councilor Bauer's comment. She's absolutely correct. There is nothing underlying here. I was actually quite relieved to get the letter from Principals Integrity. I had a meeting with them 6 months ago or more. It was pretty clear to me that we did not see eye to eye on our expectations. That is why I brought the motion to amend the code of conduct. I don't remember when it was, a couple of months ago, because I found out that they were just addressing complaints and charging the town, but there was no reporting, there was no accountability, there was no transparency. And I have a problem with that. So all we did was add that they had to report back to council, at least let us know that there was a complaint, not even who it was about, that there was a complaint and this is how they dealt with it, just so we're not writing blank checks on behalf of the taxpayer. They didn't like it and they submitted their resignation. Quite honestly, I'm happy to accept it because we did not see eye to eye on how I think that we should be administering the code of conduct. We have a code of conduct for a reason. If there's a complaint and if it is found that the code of conduct has been compromised by a member of council, we deserve to know about it, and the public deserves to know about it, and it shouldn't be swept under the carpet through a whatever they were calling it, informal resolution. It should at least come back with some form of accountability to this council, so we can at least account back to the taxpayers on where this money was being spent. And again, they took their ball and went home. I think that says it all. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Seeing no other questions or concerns, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to move this. We have Councilor Tyler Morin as the mover, Regional Councilor Dyes as the seconder for 45-2024, and we'll call the vote. That passes. We are now on to item 11, notice of motion. Clerk, I intend to move a motion regarding stop signs rewards 1 and 2 come September. And also probably a motion on the community benefit charge come September. We have item 12, new business announcements. Council for the summer. We have Councilor Bauer.
Thank you. I also have a notice of motion.
Oh, excuse me. I overpassed that. Sorry, Councilor Bauer, notice of motion.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councilor Dyes and I will be bringing forth a motion in September related to the impacts of climate change, specifically related to extreme heat and Ajax bylaw.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, sorry, for the next 2 months, any new business or announcements? All right, seeing none, I'm going to quickly make one. It's a rare opportunity when your dreams and your job combine, but it's happened. August 10th, Smokes Poutineery has a CEO poutine eating contest. And for those who don't know, Ryan from Smokes passed away last year, so this is the first memorial one. Smokes has their head office in Ajax. We're very proud for that. And I'm making sure I look right in the camera. I'm gonna win that thing. I'm gonna bring it home. And yeah, we're gonna celebrate in September, all right? So if you care to, on August 10th at 2:30 p.m. at Yonge and Dundas Square, I'm gonna bring home the gold for Ajax, I promise that. All right, thank you. It is gonna be disgusting, but my whole life has been preparing for this moment, I swear to God. All right, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. You didn't see me. I'm glad you didn't, because I want to make a comment on your comment first, and then I'll say mine. If you go in my office, you'll see in the glass walls a very nice trophy, which is from the 2 times I participated in that contest at Smokes Poutineery, tying for second. So I challenge you, because I don't think you can do it, so we will see.
I got nothing going on in my life, boss. This is it.
I can give you some tips if you like. No, I want to notify everybody about the next Live with the Mayor coming up on June 27th in our council chambers from 7 to 8 p.m. This will be a live event. We will be there, and I will be broadcast on all of our town channels as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regional Councilor Crawford.
I just wanted to thank the Poonam and her group for the Trail Fest that didn't happen on Sunday due to, a potential thunder or lightning. So it's never good to be on a metal object when there's going to be lightning in the air. But it was, I know it took a lot of work. And so I really wanted to give her and her team a shout out because I love Trail Fest. And unfortunately, I don't know, Joanne, did you end up going out? Did you end up going? Oh, yeah. So, but thank you. Please, Director Vita, give her a shout out because she did a great job. And unfortunately, weather didn't cooperate with us, but it was a few people showed up. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next, we have to vote on the confirming bylaw 47-2024. Can I get a mover and seconder? We have Councillor Bauer, seconded by, Regional Councillor Dice. We'll start the vote. All right, just need a motion for adjournment, please. We have moved by Councillor Tyler Moran, seconded by Councillor Henry, and thank you to all council and staff for a fantastic meeting. We will see everybody in September.